Okay, we might make a start. I know there's probably some people still trying to find their way.
Yeah.
O Week, if you've never been to an O Week before, is pretty crazy on campus. So in the next couple of weeks, oh my gosh, it's transcribing me. Tip for beginners, if you're wanting to park your car, come early. Because the car parks get really full over the next couple of weeks. They'll drop off as the semester goes on, but if you want a car park, it's good to leave a little bit early. I just want to say a massive welcome to you all. I'm just going to go through a little bit of information to get started, but before I go any further, I just want to acknowledge that the lands that we meet on today, the lands of the Kaurna people, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and to extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people in the room with us today. I also want to acknowledge that Kaurna women have been birthing on this land for more than 60,000 years, and we can learn so much from their experiences and their knowledge in the work that we do as midwives. I'm so very excited to see you all today. There's been a lot of build-up to this. And the reason why I'm running back and forth at the moment taking photos is because you are the largest cohort we've had in a very long time. So seeing this room full is pretty exciting for us. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy the day. My name is Megan Cooper. I'm the course coordinator of the midwifery programs here at Flinders. You'll get to know a little bit more about me as the day goes on, and obviously into the program and for the next couple of years. I'm sorry about that. And you're going to hear from all the team as well. So we've got most of the team here today. We've got Liz online, who's going to talk to you a little bit about the role of the SEC, so the Student Engagement Coordinator. But you'll get to know us all fairly well, and each other as well. So we've got a session where you'll get to know each other. Just a little bit of information for you if you don't know the campus. The ACM poster has decided to fall down again. If you go down this corridor, straight down the corridor, there's some toilets on the left-hand side. If they are full, you can go kind of cut left and go down the corridor, and there's another set of toilets there. You can also go downstairs. So if you go around left and then downstairs, there's another set of toilets as well. If in the unlikely event of an emergency, there'll be a couple of noises going on. So a bit of a siren kind of thing, and then a whoop, 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 and that'll tell us to go, we have to get outside. I'm hoping that doesn't happen today because it's really going to interrupt the flow of the day. But if it does, you just follow the wardens and follow us when that happens. Welcome. This course is not for the faint-hearted. I'm going to put that up front. And many of you are going to share today why you've come to midwifery and what's kind of inspired you to enrol in midwifery. I'm going to say it's the best profession in the world, and I'm not lying when I say that. I live and breathe it. I love it, and I hope you do too. So welcome, and absolutely, this is one of the most difficult courses to get into still. So the fact that you're sitting here today is an absolute credit to you. So today is a big day. There's lots of stuff that we need to share with you. So unlike some of the orientation sessions that we've done for the other disciplines, we have a lot of information that we need to impart. And part of that is around the placement requirements. So you may have already received emails about placement and placement compliance, and also how you'll be selecting your first placements, which are actually going to start next week. So there's a lot of information that we need to impart. Hence the reason why there's lollies on the desk, because I don't know whether there's any up the top, but please come and help yourself, because you'll get tired by the end of the day, especially listening to me all day. So please help yourself to the lollies. The other really important thing is if you need coffee, on the first level downstairs, there's actually a cafe where you can go and get a coffee or something to eat, and there'll be lots of things going on in the courtyard. So this is kind of what today looks like, just to give you an indication. So listening to me first, and then there's a whole lot of stuff, lots of information from you meeting us all and hearing a little bit about us and our backgrounds. Liz will then go in talking about the student engagement coordinator role, which is basically about engaging you in all of the things that are happening across the college. Larissa and Tony are then going to do a bit of a getting to know you activity. Some of you might already touch base in forums or via text message or whatever means that you guys use these days. But really today is about, trying to build some relationships and get to know each other. We'll then have a break for morning tea, and after that, the Midwifery Student Collective, so that basically the club here will come and talk to you about some of the things you can get involved with them. And then it's kind of the more exciting but boring stuff that you need to know in order to succeed in this course. So that's when we're probably going to need your full attention, and maybe take some notes. Obviously, this is not the only time you'll hear it. You'll hear it over the next few weeks, and will always be accessible, and there's lots of resources for you to access if you need them. So that's kind of the middle of the day, and then we have lunch, and then after that we have Annette Briley, who's our professor, talking about the research we do here at Flinders, and then Leonie Hewitt is one of our team members, who's going to talk to you about where midwifery can take you. More about then what you can do in O Week, some of the things you need to really get yourself started, so swipe cards and things like that. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our professional organisation, so the Australian College of Midwives, and then I'm going to share with you a video about the student experience, so one of our previous students who will talk through her experience of being here. And then we've got a couple of giveaways and questions and answers, so you might want to stay on for that because you might get a couple of freebies. So that's what the day looks like. Feel free to come and go as you need to. You don't need to ask permission to go to the toilet. We often have that in classes where people put their hand up. If you need to go, go. The only thing that I will ask is if you need to take a phone call, just step outside so it doesn't interrupt the other people around you. So right now I'm going to hand over to our academic lead, Liz Newnham, to actually now introduce the midwifery team to you.
Can I get everyone to come down here, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, so welcome again. We're all really thrilled to have you here. I'm just going to introduce you to everybody. So you have a very passionate and experienced, fabulous team who will be teaching you across the next 3 years. And the first on my slide is Anita. I'm going to pass this over and you can say a little bit about yourself, please. 1 or 2 minutes, because we've got to get through everybody.
I will keep it very short. My name is Anita Oehler. I have been a midwife for over 35 years, was trained in Germany, worked in 8 different countries, have worked in all scopes of midwifery, from home births to management to clinical quality and safety. You name it, I have been there. So if you have any questions related to anything like that, I should be able to help you out. Otherwise, other facts for myself, I still like volunteering, I still like to travel abroad, teach other midwives from all sorts of backgrounds. I'm a mother myself, I have 3 kids, all about your age. So I know exactly what's going on in your lives. Not that I know all the lingo, but yeah, it should be okay. We will work it all out. Welcome, and I look forward to spend some time with you guys.
Thanks, Anita. I'll just get you to pass it to... Chloe just went off to have a baby. So she's on maternity leave, like literally a week ago or something. But she'll be back in 2026, so you'll meet Chloe then. And I can see a few little bubbers around. It's quite a common thing in our profession. Larissa.
Hello and welcome. My name is Larissa, with the world's longest name ever at the bottom. But everyone goes, is that German? Yes, it is. And it's very literal translation of wonderful seat or great ass. So then you'll remember it when you're searching for me to email later on. I've been here at Flinders now for 2 years, but I started here as a midwifery student 20 years ago. So I've been there, and one of my oldest daughters has also just completed her mid. So I'm very up to date with the student struggles, to say that. So I'm the topic coordinator of 3 topics, so one in first year, which you'll do in second semester, which is the optimising health for women and babies. And you'll see that I've just put some flyers on the tables with the green cooking activity on there. That's one of the projects that we're doing in association with the nutrition and dietetics students as well. And there's a bit of a cooking session going on next week if you're interested. So the QR code has got all the sign-up information for that if you're interested. And then second year, lucky you get to do pharmacology. Best topic ever. Everyone loves pharmacology. And in third year, it's a collaboration and interprofessional topic that we get to do together. So you will get to know each other quite a bit. Professionally, I've done a bit like Anita, been and done pretty much everything over the last 20 years in management, home births. I still do private midwifery a little bit in and out. I have a strong interest in sexual health and reproduction, kind of women's health in that kind of area, so I do a little bit in that space as well. And yeah, I've got 4 kids, 3 who are all grown up, doing, one's midwife, one's police officer, one's childcare. Just had a baby, so I keep forgetting I'm a nana now. I should probably behave better. And then a younger son as well. So yeah, happy to chat. Great to meet you all, and we'll see more of you.
Thank you. Leonie. Oh, surprise. Surprise. Hello, I know. I hate that photo. Anyway, hi everyone. Welcome to Midwifery. You have chosen the best profession in the world. It is, look, you go up and down and all over the place, but at the end of the day, it is incredible, and it's so much fun, and you will have an incredible journey. Anyway, I'm not going to say very much about myself. I am topic coordinator for a couple of your topics this year, and you'll see more of me at the intensive on Monday. I presume most of you are going, and we'll have a bit of fun, so that'll be good. And I'm going to talk a lot about myself this afternoon, so you're going to get to know me quite well then. So I'll leave it with that, and we'll go on to the next person.
Thanks, Leonie. Tony,
the beautiful Tony.
Oh, thank you. Okay, my name's Tony, but you will see Antoinette everywhere. So if you want to email me, it's Antoinette. And if I'm in trouble, it's Antoinette. You meet me mainly in second year. I work in the second year clinical topics and the third year clinical topics and the mental health topic in second year. I'm like those two. I've been a midwife for 20 years, usually working in midwifery group practice in Adelaide. I've worked in Alice Springs as well and in some remote communities. And my special interest is the perinatal infant mental health space, so I work there currently. I've been at Flinders. This is entering my 4th year of teaching at Flinders, and I also teach in the postgrad topics if you want to become endorsed later on, but we're just on the pathway of getting them back up and running again. That's about really all I can say about me.
Thanks, Tony. Annette.
Hi, I'm Annette Briley. I'm the Professor of Women's Health and Midwifery Research here at Flinders. I've been here for 5 years. Sounds very, very grand. No one ever calls me Professor, so please just call me Annette. It's the name my parents chose for me. It's good enough for them. It's good enough for everyone else. So as you can probably gather, I am an internationally qualified nurse and midwife. I trained in the UK, worked in the UK for 35 years, and I've been here for 5. So I've worked in all areas of midwifery, and I currently have a joint position. So I'm here at Flinders, but I'm also out at Narland, so at the Lyle McEwen Hospital, and the maternity services out there particularly. But I'm a bit of a cheap date, so I also get involved with the Women and Children's Hospital and Flinders Medical Centre as well. And that's it, really.
Liz is online. Hi, Liz.
Hello. I won't apologise. I'm actually being a PhD student at the moment, so I'm on study leave, hence why I'm not there. But I will be back on Monday to see you on your first day. And I was just thinking, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, I was in your exact position as a registered nurse, wanting to live my dream of becoming a midwife. So I know the excitement and the nerves that are going through you and the concerns. But I'm more of an academic focus than a clinical focus, so you'll see me in a variety of topics. I am a research nerd, and I will promote honours and postgraduate, which is what my PhD is in, and I'm very excited to be able to meet you soon, and then I will be back in April to meet you more thoroughly.
Wonderful. Thanks, Liz. That was succinct, all right? Fiona.
Hi everybody, my name's Fiona Wise, and I'm one of the Associate Lecturers and Placement Education Coordinators. I teach right across first, second and third year, so I'll be meeting you guys on Monday and into your clinical topics. I sat in your shoes 23 years ago, and I was one of the first students admitted to the very first Bachelor of Midwifery. So before that you did nursing, then you did midwifery, and there was, I think, 40 of us that started in 2002. So it feels like a lifetime ago. I then went on to work at Women's and Children's for just on 20 years, through midwifery group practice for 10 of those, and have been here for 6. And that's really all there is about me. I'll tell you a bit more later.
Megan.
You've already heard a little bit from me. I have been a midwife for 16 years, and I've been in education for pretty much all of that, in various capacities. I actually came from the dark side to Flinders 4 years ago, and when I say the dark side, I mean our competition up the road. So I spent a lot of time there. In between my stints in education, I actually had the very fortunate opportunity to be the National Midwifery Advisor of the Australian College of Midwives, and have continued on in that space, and I'm the branch chair of the Australian College of Midwives here in South Australia, so very passionate about being vocal and advocating for our profession in all different spaces. I have 5 children ranging from almost 21 through to 10, so life is busy. I worked at Gawler Health Service. I live up that way, so for those of you who are commuting, I get you, I understand you. We might pass each other on the road at some point. Besides that, I am also topic coordinator for the first of the clinical topics, so you'll get to see me next week. I'm really looking forward to working with you, and I'm getting my lab momentum on. I haven't been in the labs for a little while to practice all the hands-on skills, so really looking forward to being in there with you all and getting to know you. That's me.
Thanks, Megan. Oh, this is me. Right. Hello, everyone. I'm new here to Flinders about 8 months. I'm Associate Professor Midwifery and Academic Lead for Midwifery, so I work pretty closely with Megan and the whole team to run this brilliant program for you. I've been a midwife too for over 20 years. I spent 10 years in clinical practice doing various things, hospital, bit of home birth, backup, and some rural hospital work. And then I went into academia while I was doing my PhD about 10 or 11 years ago, and have been here ever since. Absolutely love it. So the teaching, the next generation of midwives is such a privilege, and we also get to do research and try and help to change practice for the better. I also have 4 kids and 3 grandchildren. So my youngest was just born 4 months ago, and he's pretty cute. Anyway, that takes up a little bit of, my energy. But I'm also topic coordinator for MIDW 3018, which you'll be taking in 3rd year, and that will be a really great topic where we get to explore, you really get to open up and explore something that really will take your passion. So welcome, that's the team. Oh, hang on, there's more. So we have casual, and we have people from different disciplines who work at the university that come and teach into our team. So we've got Indigenous health specialists, Aboriginal staff, people that teach in the pharmacology space, There is other people whose names I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry, that I don't know
okay.
what happened to the names. Yeah, we're on there. So from the left to the right is Tara, Talia, Tegan, Boltred, and Tori. Pick the odd one out there.
Okay. You'll meet them. And some of our fabulous
Sessional staff. So we have a number of sessional or casual. We've got Alex here, so Alex is just going to introduce herself.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex. I've been a midwife for nearly 30 years and I've worked in most places in maternity services. I've been in governance, run a birth centre, midwife-led. I'm doing my PhD, so I dip in and out of casual work here. Love being here, love teaching. You'll see me in the labs, hopefully. And yeah, hopefully I'll get to know you all. Welcome. It's really exciting for you. So excited.
Thank you. And I think that is the end of that session. Yes, I'll hand over to this.
You there, Liz?
I am.
Can I put you... How do I make you bigger?
I think you can stop sharing your screen. No, that's all right. Can everyone in the classroom see my little image?
Yeah.
I can share a screen if that will kind of help. I'm not sure if I can share a screen actually. Oh no, I can.
You can.
Let me see which screen I want to share though. Okay, here we go. I'll spotlight.
There is a slide on the PowerPoint too. There is a slide on the PowerPoint for you as well, if you want that.
Yep. Okay. What's coming up at the moment? What can you see?
The clubs at Flinders.
Excellent. Okay. So there's probably a slide which probably says this there. So my name's Liz, and as I said, I'm part of the general teaching team. As I said, I topic coordinate some topics, I teach into other topics, so I'm around about. We've had a change in what this role is, whereas last year it was very much working with students on a one-on-one basis. The gorgeous Mel Stuckey is going to talk to you after morning tea about what she's now doing, so she's taken over that role. But one of the things that we're really keen on is supporting you through your whole experience. So supporting you with feeling a sense of belonging, that you know where to go to with support services, and ways to help you become successful. Because our goal is to get you through to the end in a really good space that you are healthy, wealthy, and I won't say wealthy because you can't be. Well, mind you, the payment's coming in, so that might change a little bit. But being able to be successful to complete this course, you need to look after yourself as well as look after the academic side. So having a balance is really important. So knowing where the support services are is really important. And creating a community around you is one of the most critical things to do to be successful. Now, after morning tea, you're going to meet the fabulous Midwifery Student Collective, and that is a gorgeous way because it goes across all 3 year levels, and it's a way to associate with people that you will be working with as colleagues in the future. There's also other ways to increase that, which is why I've got the FUSA clubs up. So there's 21 sports clubs, and there's also a whole pile of other clubs here if you have an interest like anime or something like that. So it's really important that you have a flick through those organisations, especially for those who have moved away from home. And if you are living on campus or you have moved interstate, there's another way to do a support network. If you have any troubles or any difficulties, the first people you go to are going to be within the midwifery team, and we're going to be able to help and support and direct you. We also have events coming up, so you'll see there's lots of things coming up with O Week this week. We're also going to have other events coming up. up in different weeks in semester 1 and semester 2, and they're ways of showcasing the services, but also for you to meet what other things do. So one of the things that we're going to be doing this semester in our college, because there are 6 colleges within the university, is we're going to try and be showcasing what the different disciplines do, because you're going to be working with a lot of the disciplines as going to be really highlighted across all of the topics, but specifically in the third year topic that Larissa topic coordinates 3017. So we want to learn what everyone does and have opportunities to engage. And so that's also where you would have seen the post that I did about the paramedic midwifery classes. So the paramedicines do their obstetric classes, and they've been really grateful been really generous, I should say, in the last few years. And I think this is the 4th year that they have allowed midwifery students into their classes to sit with them, to learn with them, and to share experiences with them. So you get to see what happens pre-hospital, and that's a really unique event that's happening here. So if you're feeling overstressed, if you're feeling over anxious, and I guarantee you probably will at one stage in the next few years, there are lots of services to do. There are lots of ways to be involved. And if you think of an event that you want to do or you think would be good to hold, then come and chat. We're here to support you. We're here to make the transition through the next few years, because I know people are on different pathways, full-time and part-time, a lot easier. If you're struggling, let us know early. We can put things in place. We can have discussions early that will take the pressure off of you, because we also know that life does happen, and if it's going to happen and go crazy, it'll probably be when you're on clinical placement as well. So we want you to finish with the family. We want, as in, to be staying talking to them, because this can also put stress on your family life as well. So any queries, questions, concerns, complaints, come and see us. We're also going to put a call out for student representatives. So we have obviously 2nd and 3rd years, but we'll be looking for a couple of 1st years to put their hand up to be the conduit for your cohort, for both the direct entry and for the RN entry as well, so that you can feed back to us. We have meetings 4 times a year within Liz, Megan, Fiona and myself are there. You get a chance to feed back to us what your concerns are, what you think we're doing well, what you think we need to improve, and then we take them on board and we try to kind of work out how we can improve those issues or what's behind those issues. So that call will go out next week. You'll get trained up through FUSA. Will actually train you up to be a student rep, and you'll also have opportunities to be a student ambassador. And so they're really fun when we have student tours, and especially on open day, you get to kind of like talk to people. We have, this year, we're going to have not only open day up the hill, but we're also going to be going into town as well. So we'll need some student volunteers from across all levels, because prospective students like talking to students. And some of you may have been here on open days and remember having a chat to us or some of our students from the past. So there's going to be a few things coming around. We do use the Communication Hub flow site for that. So if you haven't already checked that out, please do, because that's when we want to post to the whole cohort. So that's where we will post things, and or for call of action or anything like that. If it's broader than just the topic, if it's purely related to the topic, then it will be in that specific topic. I think that's about 10 minutes. Any questions? Anything else I've forgotten?
I don't think so, Liz. Anyone got any questions? Just to let you know that there is a microphone on the desk if you want, that's the little black thing. If you want to ask a question, just so that those online can hear and everyone else can hear as well. And everyone's going, no, I don't want to do that. That's okay. All right. Thanks, Liz.
So, thank you.
I'm going to see if I can get back to the PowerPoint, which is not... Oh, I nearly left the... Oh, we're going to have to go back again. Excuse me for a second. All right. I'm now going to hand over to Tony and Larissa to do a bit of an activity. So this is where I want you to all get up and start moving, because you're going to start to interact with each other and get to know each other a little bit. So I'm going to hand it over to these guys to actually tell you what you're going to be doing.
Okay, guys, so I've got some psychic abilities, and one thing I can tell you is that all of you are standing in the room with someone who is going to become a lifelong friend. I can assure you of that. The friends you make at university doing midwifery stay with you. So this is about getting to know each other. We've got bingo, okay? You need to find someone in the room. This is Liz McNeil's activity, so I'm not responsible for the questions on there. But you can only answer one square, so you can't tick multiples. You need to find one individual for each of the squares, and the first person to get bingo wins and gets to go to morning tea early. Did you guys all get
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
enough? Yeah, so there's not here today, but there's 130. I'm glad because I didn't know that they sent it, so I support them
because that's really neat. There's no one upstairs. I worked myself down for that. It just
Okay, all. We're going to give you an extended morning tea, but what we want you to do is continue these conversations, getting to know each other. You don't need to stay here, so if we can ask you to be back, what time did I say? 10:30, back here. If you can be here at 10:30 sharp, that would be amazing, so we can move on to the next stuff. But the other thing that we've been trying to do is source some sticky labels so you can actually put your name on yourself so you don't forget who you are, and other people don't forget who you are. So we will do that. But you're now released until 10:30 to go hang out with each other, get to know each other, get a drink, do a wee, all those kinds of things. All right, and we'll see you back here at 10:30.
I'll show you how to do it today. No worries.
People online, we're just having a break until 10:30, so you can either carry on your conversations online or you can have a break and grab something to eat and drink. So we'll see you back here at 10:30.
This morning I'm not having another baby. I'm not pregnant. I'm studying to have babies. And it's like, oh, fingers crossed. It's like, when's the baby coming? I'm like, no, there's no baby.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I've been waiting for this since like.
That's so cute.
I know. I'm going to go down and grab a coffee, but do you think our bags are okay?
Oh, but I'm staying here, so it'll be
cool.
fine. Yeah.
Maybe just take it.
It's very heavy, so I can't be bothered. Have you done like work or anything?
Are you getting a coffee, Alicia?
I'll come down. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking what's in my bag. I might just take it first.
I was going to say, my sister, her first placement was in aged care. It was like in my house. That's my sister. I don't think it's for everyone. We're talking about aged care worker.
I did not enjoy that.
Yeah.
I think it really depends on who you are. Yeah, well, it's been happening. It's like their own sort of franchise. So, and they're quite religious. I didn't even know the word until I worked there, but
I was going to say, I've never heard of that before. That's like a new one.
yeah, I never heard of it, but it's all family owned. Yeah, and I just like the CEO works there, like it's like the uncle or someone, and then their aunt someone still is there, so it's very connected. Yeah. At the end of this year, I can get into the AIM in hospital. Yeah.
I think so. I remember I tried for it, but I was it's like you can't like how are you supposed to like qualify for receptions? They want experience.
I think
How are you supposed to get experience?
this is like paid for reason. Like what's the reason?
Yeah.
That was the same with HCA, like every placement tops 6 months experience. And I was like, how am I supposed to get 6 months experience if you all want 6 months experience?
What have you been doing?
I don't know. I looked at this school and then everything except for the flu shot.
Yeah,
That's not out yet. It's not out yet. And by the time it is out, I was like, I called the GP and they said it's not available until 2028.
Well, I think I saw that they had extended the deadline.
Yeah, they did it.
Yeah. I was going to say I looked at it and I was thinking I can't get a push.
That's good. I got an email the other day about it, but they said March. I have to get mine together.
I haven't finished. I haven't done any like I think I've only done like the and then I skipped like what happened was like I booked my manual air like I thought I had booked it for like Monday or so. And I had booked it for Friday. I also didn't know they were pre-ordered. No, for like manual air.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't. It's like Thursday. You have to do the
Fuck.
You can do it after.
Okay.
As long as you attend the course, like if you do. Yes, it's like you've got between 30 and 90 days to complete it.
Okay, so I would have been fine, but like I
Yeah.
missed the course anyway, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't find it.
They just told me I had to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to
Well,
do
I didn't read the email properly, so
it's okay on but like, yeah, it's so long. It's just sometimes it's like the broken things.
some parts I want to. It just goes on like I took like hours and hours. And I go. That's why I've been putting them off. It's like I just feel like sit down one day and I just actually feel more like that's why I did the hand hygiene. Yeah. Because I heard something else. No, I don't remember a single thing. It's to hand hygiene. Like others and something. I don't know if it's for every year. Because mine, not all of mine have described it, so for my second person, I really like do my secret. I think that expired in June, but that's my English. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Sorry. You like it, it's funny. It's just videos of what not to do. Like, it's like got this very yeah, I'm passionate. I mean, I feel like that's pretty like self-explanatory though. Like, don't do that. Some of it's actually quite good. Like, some of it's literally, if this person has this, let's like A, B, then it makes it and I was right.
You girls, you get a head start. So go and get some labels so you can actually write your names. So everybody.
Yay.
Right. You can have the choice between the purple and the black.
Purple.
Very midwifery based.
Oh.
There you go, Meg. There's a whole load of labels.
Thank you.
And some pens.
You're right upstairs.
Well, yes. I've just got to go and do Kelly's supervision meeting. Oh, does that not work? Oh, it's a new one out of the box. I'm sorry, I didn't try them. Does that one work?
I'll make it work.
I'll throw this one away. Right, one of the pens I've got didn't work, so when I get back from Kelly's supervision, I'll bring another one. Cool.
Give me like 2 secs. Okay. I don't know which side. This one. I think that did it. What time did you say we have to talk?
10:30. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I've really started. No, you absolutely. And I haven't seen many since the start. And I will be. When I was looking around. You want to do R&D card today? I'd be tired, you know. But like, I'll do it tomorrow. I've got nothing on tomorrow. Well, you can't. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I think I'll do it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. It depends on what I like kind of like to go over it. Yeah, this is the.
They're not working.
I think I'll do 4:30.
It's this is a common thing.
I can't go home. I'm working on Saturday.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You can go home now. Oh, that works so much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, but she's not coming back yet.
My job is kitchen, cooking. Local kitchen crew. They're in Street and Liddell. That's the name. A bit of both. At the and then use some things to share and other shops. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah. I know. Always had a big batch in the fridge.
Well, lots of people like it anyways. Well, I didn't make
No worries.
My daughter.
Unusual.
Ellie.
It's not such a
Yeah.
fun texture.
Yeah, my daughter Ellie, she's
She likes fancy things.
yeah, she likes like needs some little chia puddings in her lunchbox with like coconut yogurt and mango. And,
Oh my god.
she
She is
likes like
bougie.
sushi and Vietnamese
Oh my
noodle
goodness.
bowls and stuff. So we're like little bougie girls.
Oh my god, I wish my kids would eat that. Oh, the older two aren't too bad.
I have no
The
idea
younger
what
ones
I
are
was
just
doing.
Yeah.
just burgers, nuggets.
I said to them, like, oh, we'll get a happy meal tonight because I'm not cooking and then I'll pick you out. And then can we get
There's like
Freddie's like,
Who doesn't want McDonald's?
yeah, and she likes sparkling water. She calls it spicy water.
She's bougie. She was born into the,
Where or when it's happened. But I did everything that's happening as well. Once I started cooking on burgers and juice and others. Yes, I don't think I'm going to do that. Because I feel like it's influence and sexuality every day. I'm doing the professional skills for
I don't know, Emma was editing it.
Yeah, she sent me a copy yesterday. Yeah.
I'm really confused. When you start, they'll let you know.
A break. There's so many out there. Yeah. Yeah. So just is that you?
And so you'll be doing a placement again.
Yeah, that was yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, sure. The room's full.
Yeah, the cafe's full.
Yeah. Yeah. There's 100.
Yeah.
They're not here today. Not all of them are here today. Yeah. It's pretty cool. How you been?
Good.
All right.
Yeah, I've got 2 weeks off. Works out placement.
Nice.
Great, 2 weeks off.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that good old chestnut. Yeah. Yeah. Just busy all the time. Just checking.
No, I was thinking about doing them. I just like because the timetable.
I think there's a few of us coming actually.
Okay, good.
Somewhere on placements.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Just had so many IT issues today. It's always the way. So teams need it to be updated, and then the whole system completely seized up. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Like, test your patience, test your resilience. Anyway, we got there eventually. But the PowerPoint, the final PowerPoint didn't upload to the system. So Paul just goes, "Can you put all the names of the casual staff?" Because she doesn't have anyone, hasn't had anyone. And I'm like, "No, I put them on there this morning." She gets there and they're not there, and I'm like, "Ah, oh, so annoying." Yeah.
Do you have new staff this year, or is it the same?
We've onboarded a couple more casuals. With the new workflow model. So, but we'll try and get them in for something.
Like how many labs you
These guys, they come in every week, so we've got five.
Very hard to remember because like changes.
That's for the undergrads. So Wednesday afternoon, till Thursday to Friday, and then the cohort, which is recently about 25. They come in for 2 lots of 2 days, lots of days. So in week 6 and week 10 before they go out to
So I know about it.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, good. Yeah, so
I remember like really when I was at the age like no combination was working.
where you going?
I finally found it.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah. Are you staying out there?
No.
A lot?
And it's like I don't
What are
know
you doing 2
how
weeks
you
after
like
the next
print
Yeah.
off
next block, but I've known it this block.
Okay.
Like,
IP?
that makes sense.
I can see that there's 4 weeks in a IP straight.
I'd start doing that in my
Nice. Kate's busy.
I don't think I'm too bad.
No, I think most people are pretty good. From what I know.
It's too early.
Yeah, there's a few still from last year.
Yeah, that's what I did to start off with. Yeah, me too. And then I was looking at the study planner too. And then like on the actual enrollment thing, it like not the enrollment thing. Like when you go to enroll, it has another subject. I was like, that's supposed to be.
By the end of last year, we finished.
I have to ask because like I'm just like because it's like I'm enrolled and all of them are like.
Yeah, I think you are meant to do it this year though, because it's the state plan.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't semester.
Yeah,
We had
and then
first is
Yeah. So that's what we've changed. So they should get all the content now. So second
Like
semester
that's the one I was like, am I
it should be
doing
a
that?
mixed IP. It shouldn't really be tertiary. But the RNs will, because of the short programs. So. Hello.
I had a question.
Yeah.
I remember I was struggling with making my timetable ages ago, so I've ended up enrolling in 4 classes in the first semester. Is that right or wrong?
No, that's correct. Oh.
The study plan has 3. It has 3 on the study plan, and then when I
No,
went
so
to
you unenrolled from 1020, which is the strengths-based approach to health. So that's the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander topic. So you guys will do that in second semester.
Okay, so like on the actual thing it said first semester, so I like enrolled.
Oh, really? Shouldn't do. So it runs in both semesters, and it's because it's a generic topic that goes across the whole college. So yeah, you should do that one in the second half. All right. So otherwise you'll be overloaded. And
I was looking at it, I was like, this seems like a lot.
It is. So yeah, unenroll from that one. The other 3, yes, you need to do.
How do I unenroll? So I just go back up to like the...
Go into the enrollment system, and then you should be able to delete it. That's okay. That's right. That was easy.
You're probably not the only one.
Yeah. If you guys have any problems with enrolments, just contact Ask Flinders at flinders.edu.au, and they'll or you can email me and I can forward it on to them to get it sorted out.
Can we enrol in semester 2 now?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and we actually prefer that you do. So I'm going to talk about that today. So because we then timetable and work out all our numbers on the basis of the enrolments that have happened. So yeah. Do you want me to just get it up now? No, I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll wait.
It's only 10 past. Heaps of time.
We're here all day.
Yeah, till 3, and then I'll probably offer to take them for a bit of a tour, so show them where our offices and where the labs are. I know some of them have already been to the lab.
That'd be way too big.
I just think it's really nice to know where to go when you're here for the first time.
I remember missing this. I didn't do this in Tuesday.
They don't advertise it.
And then I remember like months after everyone talked about it, I was like, oh, I'm so lost.
Yeah, they don't advertise it very well, so I got into it this year because previously it's been live stream. So basically the camera here picks up and then they run it live stream and then they'll send me a recording of what's happening. And they may even be recording it actually, I don't know because that light's on. But I've decided to set up a Teams anyway, so I'm recording it myself and then I'll split it up into charts and then reply. Yes, alright. What I did is then send, obviously on the comms hub, I sent out the link and everything and reminded everyone I did that on both of the topics as well. Because it's like, otherwise people are just going to miss it. And there's so much information that they really need because their self-selection stuff as next week. So, yeah. Anyway, it's all good.
I'm kind of glad we didn't have to pick up this one. We're going to miss one.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're just doing like this.
Antenatal, postnatal. RNs are doing MGP and mixed IP because they have 4 weeks in the first half of the year. And yeah, the undergrads are doing 2 weeks of the antenatal, postnatal line. Try to avoid high risk antenatal.
I think I found it.
As much as possible. So hopefully that will really.
Just
So yeah, it's looking good.
Okay, yeah, I'm not.
I would draw
So
and then
they'll go out at the end of the semester. Yeah.
Hello.
that would make sense.
How you going? I'm good. Nice to see you. Thank you for sending your PowerPoint on. So I've got it all ready to go. Checked it's the right one.
Yeah. No worries.
I tried to embed it in our PowerPoint, but it wouldn't work. So I'll just share the screen so you can go.
That's all good.
How's things?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm on placement at the moment at Flinders, so
Going good?
yeah, for SMG, so first time there.
Thank you for wearing the uniform.
It's
very beautiful.
It was like, it's literally just because like I've got a shift after this, so really convenient.
But it's actually really good because then they can see that it looks like.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you making the new
like
ones?
the nice ones, otherwise they're all bums and things.
Ellie and Freddie, yeah.
Red hair.
No, it's like dark brown. I think it was the.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the name Ailey.
Yeah. Well, obviously, so do I.
Who's to say they're not?
The other thing that we wanted to talk to you guys about is we want to try and get your bachelor. I know most of you have got like your own.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, it's where.
So like you know when you go to school.
Yeah, it's like
Actually, because it's sort of like.
Yeah, I did like flipping it to the neck.
Yeah. So we're going to try and organise that.
Yeah.
So we wanted to talk to you about I mean, I can still wait, I can still do it. Just
Yeah.
and it doesn't require you to have this hanging.
Yeah, because like
It always pulls off when you
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, it hangs, and it's actually an infection control thing as well. I think I got rid of the long.
3 to 6.
Yeah, right, okay.
So we're going to try and we've talked about trying to get your They're not that expensive.
Oh, our workshop is different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything else is
So you're not going to pick a baby or yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah.
She looks like film it, right? And like put everything up. I feel like it's my sister's school.
But I went down to the cafe and was like, at first we thought it was the school photos.
Yeah, because I parked in car park 16 and usually like it's empty and I had to go all the way to the top.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
what I
was
said
like,
to them. If you want to get a car park here, really?
Yeah.
I was like,
No idea what to expect.
when we were in first year, it was the same.
Yeah, it was the same.
Yeah, yeah, students.
Yeah, so the last couple of years, I think most, like we've had people down here, but literally like everything's full, so it's great.
I'm a very hands-on person. I like listen to
Yeah, I
tried to,
I
like-
don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh really?
Like, yeah, a lot of followers, which is
That's
good.
good.
Yeah, it's good.
That's good.
Did you send out a text message? I got a text message
I
at midnight.
got-
I'm like,
no.
is this a scam?
No.
I was like, oh, someone's up late.
Yeah, I got that too.
Okay.
I
Who
reckon
did it? I talked to Amy. She didn't know.
it might have maybe Katie. Yeah, probably. she like, yeah, probably like she does that a lot. She just like works behind the scenes. But yeah. Yeah. No. No, I got two. I was like, oh, I'll just give you a message because I haven't bought my ticket yet. So yeah, because I'll need to like this is Saturday, so I'll need to sort out my
Are you staying at Flinders for your whole placement?
For the most part, I'm doing so this 2 weeks, and then I'm doing my 4 weeks in the second block because I'm going to Melbourne in March. So, yeah, so in May I've got 2 more weeks in birthing at Flinders, and then I go straight to women's for birthing as well.
Yeah, cool.
I feel like a lot of people doing that.
Yeah, so I'm hoping.
We try to do that as much as possible.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
There might be
I can't see without my glasses.
No, I just saw the purple shirts, but I don't recognize.
Oh yeah, that's Erin.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's going the wrong way.
Do they not see us?
I don't know, they looked at us, but. Oh, wait, does Erin? Maybe. That's what I did. Yeah, I'm hoping in 4 weeks I get a few births. So is everyone?
Yeah. I think you guys will be alright because as soon as you get third year, they'll be.
Yeah.
They'll prioritise you.
Yeah. Oh no.
What? How? She was like flustered all day because she needs to come back from breaking her ribs or something. Oh and she was rushing right and like clean up the room and like drag the resuscitator slamming her finger between her.
No. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was. I like that's birthing. I mean, not usually with breastfeeding, but it's 0 to 100 for one.
Yeah. Oh, there's
Yeah.
I would be happy to attend it.
Yeah.
That's all good.
Hi. How you going?
Oh, what? It's like a childcare couple.
No one will like.
Yeah, no, I had to park right at the top as well.
What, 6 months?
Very midwifery today.
Do you want me to just talk like the social media and
I'm glad you guys are worn uniform so I can show them.
What the old ones look like.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It's fine. We're just
And each like side of us will introduce ourselves.
Today feels like a day, a cry day. I'm like, hold it together. For no reason. Just, I'm like, it's a long 2 weeks.
Yeah. Right.
Postnatal, which is so lovely. Everyone's so lovely. Like, I actually had the best place. They let me do so much stuff.
Where about?
At Flinders. Yeah. I'm just like,
yeah.
You know that day?
It's like
always
the end
a
of the
day.
2 weeks.
Yeah, that was this morning for me.
Okay.
The whole system crashed.
Oh no.
So anyway, we've got it working. So.
Did you get a break after this week?
I got 6 weeks. This is the first time I've ever done 6 weeks. It should probably
She's got more time.
It'll be okay. He comes from Amanda.
Look, I just keep saying like it has to get done. One way or another, it'll get done.
Yeah, you'll get there. It'll be fine.
No other option. Are you on placement? Not yet.
You should, if you want, and you're probably not even thinking about this replacement, but you can start with some extra shifts as well.
Yeah, I was thinking like asking the MDP girls. Like, what did tell one of them the other day? She came up to do a handover. I was like, can you just call me in for a birth? Like, I was like, if there's someone upstairs when I'm down, someone downstairs when I'm upstairs, just call me down. I'll come.
Yeah.
Not concerned to be honest. Just like,
No.
I feel like if nothing happens for a while, then I get numbers and I get anxious. But then as soon as I get like responsible, I start to feel better.
Yeah, tick that one off.
Yeah. And then like the most beautiful feedback, like to me, so should not be.
Yeah, no, one of my girls gave birth a few weeks ago, and that was really good. And everyone knows so her due date is next No, so I'm only doing 2 weeks first up, and then I would break until they that's one of the way to Melbourne. So
Formula One thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna do like 4 weeks straight in this week. But those 4 weeks are all birthing. Yeah. So I'm hoping it pays off.
Is it all up?
Hello.
So 2 weeks.
How you going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I love your glasses.
Thank you. I've had them for a little while. But yeah, they're the ones I picked off offline and up.
Purple pants. And the purple shoes. Very much on the wall. You can't think of like photo using. Yeah, busy, but like
I had a thing there. She's got a C-section.
Good. That's good to hear.
But
oh, yes. I love this.
And she's like second doctor, and I was like, oh. She's young as
Yeah, I know. And then, I don't mind.
Yeah.
The opportunities, really nice. The room's full, by the way.
You look so good coming in. Sorry. I thought you were started, that's why I snuck in there.
No, they've been on morning tea.
Aren't you like Equinox?
I feel like I should have worn purple. No.
Dress code.
Which dress is going into first dinner? It's because I'm doing the filming later. Oh, yeah. So, to be fair.
I'm going to come to bed. I've got night shift tonight.
So,
all these stories.
What do we do? What do you guess? You can work 20 days in a row because you forget to book a day after work.
I know, that's what I'm doing.
I just messaged my boss and I'm sorry, but I have to get all these shifts covered. Otherwise, first of all, I wasn't going to see my kids. Secondly, I was going to be completely left with what you said. That's too much. Yeah, exactly. Although one of them I'm out it's not complex on big patients. I was like, they tried Emma to do it the first. I'm like, yeah, well, that was not okay, though. Yeah, no, it's just like, no, you're a third year. It's assertive and too confident, so I think I put myself out there and be like, oh, she thinks she knows everything. I'm just going to honestly, what
and CTG.
It's not that bad. I mean, my first one I had here.
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
It goes fine.
You need to like. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, we'll just stand here.
Do you have to do one talking challenge?
I wasn't
choose the right interview?
I did, yes. I was just like, thank God. And she told me everything. And I was just like, I knew it was you. It's like all I so cool. And I was like, something with you. I know. And I told her just like, yeah, she was like, I had to work to it. Like, yeah, I really, oh my gosh, it's going on. So many people. Oh my god, so many things. I think we're sure. Yeah, I reckon. And I was really asking for the number. I was just waiting. Yeah, I reckon it's alright. And just had a little break of they're coming back.
We did the getting to know you activity, and then we sent them to morning tea so we could continue. Okay, while we're waiting for everyone to come back, we've actually got some sticky labels. So on your table, in front of you, there should be some. So if you want to write your name on it and then stick it to yourself, that would be great.
I don't have a smart. All right. Sorry. Exactly. Yeah.
I specifically did other people seeing it, so I was like, oh, it's too long.
I drove. And then Lyle for birthday. Yeah, you said you were up there. Where's the tutoration?
I'm going to.
Okay. We can. Yeah. Sorry. Don't stop.
No, you're fine. It's great. And then we get to like the cafe, so actually no. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. So just for everyone walking in, there's sticky labels on your tables. If you want to just write your name on and stick it to yourself so everyone gets to know your name. And as I said, so you don't forget yours today. Okay, we're going to get cracking because there's still a lot of information we've got to get through today. So I'm going to hand it over to our amazing some of our amazing third year students who've taken out some of their time. Some of them are actually on placement and are just about to go to shift, hence why they're in the uniform. So I was very thankful for them coming because they're actually sporting the uniform that you'll all be wearing shortly. So I'm going to hand it over to them for them to tell you a little bit about the Midwifery Student Collective, and they can introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about themselves. And I think then you've got time for questions as well. So
yes, yeah. Yes, so hello everyone. Oh yeah, cool. My name's Emma. I am one of the co-presidents for Midwifery Students Collective. It's our second year running with the uni and with FUSA this year. So it's still pretty new. We're all getting used to our roles and trying to make things run smoothly. But this is we're just gonna kind of wing this thing and hope for the best. So I am Emma. I'm one of the co-presidents. Katie, who isn't here today, she is the other co-president. We're just gonna all introduce ourselves.
Hi, everybody. Just have to give it a minute. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Zara. I'm also a third year with Emma, and I'll be the social media rep.
I'm Erin. I'm also one of the social media reps.
Hi, I'm Renard. I'm one of two of the third year representatives.
I'm Cara. I'm the other third year representative with Renard.
Hi, I'm Amanda, and I'm the treasurer of the club.
Thank you. So we also have Amy, who also isn't here today. She is our secretary. And then we have Nadine, who is both our RN representative, and she is also the events manager, along with Vanessa. She is one of the second year representatives as well as the events manager as well. And then there is Rebecca too, who also isn't here. But yeah, it's not looking good so far. But yeah, she's the second year representative. At the moment we still have some positions open. So if anyone is interested in being a first year rep, you can sign up, and we'll help you through it. It can be a bit daunting signing up to a club straight away. So, but if you need any help, then we're here to help you guys out. If anyone is a direct RN entry as well, we also need one RN rep too. So it's just something to think about. Too bad. Yes. Okay. Too far. A big welcome and congratulations into getting into Bachelor of Midwifery. I think I remember when I first applied to get into this course, I was a little bit stressed because obviously the GPA and the ATAR is quite high for this course. So just a big congratulations to getting in. I think that's probably one of the first big hurdles that you guys have overcome. So really well done. Give yourself a pat on the back. Yes, I can remember coming here for my orientation my first year. So it brings back a lot of memories. And before we get started, I'd just like to make an acknowledgement of country. So we would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we meet on today and respect their cultural, spiritual, physical and emotional connection with their land, waters and community. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and we also pay our respects to the mothers, grandmothers and great-grandmothers throughout the generations who have birthed on this country for thousands of years and have knowledge that we can learn from. So, yes, what is MSC? So, like I said, it's our second year running. We are a FUSA affiliated and funded club. So we're working towards increasing social and academic support for midwifery students. So if anyone has any stresses or, I guess, grievances as well, then you guys can come to us and we can try to help you out to the best of our ability. We're general committee. We meet regularly to create events that are we have some events coming up shortly, which we'll get into later. But yeah, we like to organise events for midwifery students so that we can have a little bit of fun throughout the year, just so we're not totally focused on studying and placement and
give ourselves a break.
Yeah, give ourselves a little break. So yeah, oh, too far. So yes, like I said, so this is some of the things that we did last year. So we can see like this big photo at the top there. We do like fun scrubs. I think the second years just did their
yesterday.
fun scrubs. Yeah.
So we normally do that as our last class for the semester before we do our big exam and head off to placement. So it's just something fun to do before everything gets a bit more stressful.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, we did the fun scrubs. We organised some jumpers last year, which you may see some, well, third years now and second years still wearing those. We are actually coming up with a new design for jumpers as well, so stay posted for those. And then we also did last year, towards the end of the year, a birthing kit assembly day. So that was really cool because we were able to assemble these birthing kits that were shipped out to different countries. It wasn't just here in Australia, it went to all sorts of different
countries.
11 different countries, yeah. Can you remember what some of those countries were?
It was literally from like Zimbabwe, Kenya, Papua New Guinea, I think Vietnam and things like that. Just the very, classic what you.
Yeah. So, we recently got an email beginning of this year, I think it was, just a little like thank you email saying, and telling us where all those birthing kits were sent to. So that was really cool as well. So I think we are considering about doing that again because, I think it's just interesting to see where those birthing kits go. And makes you feel good. And then I think, I think that's the barbecue. So we had a barbecue last year as well, which we are doing again this year too. Just kind of like as a little welcome. Welcome to Flinders, welcome to Midwifery, and just so you guys can like mingle with everyone, the second and the third years, get to know everyone.
Ask any questions.
This Monday. I've got a post. Wash this wait. Okay, there we go. Some more things that we got up to last year. So obviously we had the barbecue. We also have, if anyone is into donating blood, we have a blood drive. So pretty much it's pretty simple. You just go to any Lifeblood clinic, donate blood, and if you download their app, you can actually put in Midwifery Students Collective. I think it's like Flinders Uni Midwifery Students Collective, and do it that way, and then it kind of like it's like a team thing. Just like a little thing just on the side that we do. If anyone is currently donating blood or is thinking about it, there's that as well. Obviously, like I said before, we do our fun scrubs as well every now and then. I think with third years need to organise one.
Yeah, we dropped the ball this year and missed it.
We only did have 3 weeks of classes first. So, and then we also had a pub crawl towards the end of last year, which we are going to do again. I don't know if, I think a lot of first years are already following us on social media, so you might have seen on our Instagram and Facebook, we are doing the pub crawl again. I think the venue map is a little bit different this year compared to last year.
New venues. New walkway. New t-shirts.
New t-shirts. So that is coming up as well, which we'll explain again in a little bit. We also had our first ever midwifery ball, which we are planning to do again, but at the end of this year rather than the start. We figured we'd swap the pub crawl with the mid ball. That was a really nice little get together. That is the committee from last year. Obviously, you might be able to see me in the pink red dress there at the end. I was a second year rep last year, so that's how I stayed in the club. And then Katie, I don't know if you would see, Katie is next to me as well. So that's Katie, if you're wondering what she looks like. So yeah, we had a mid-ball last year in the city. That was really fun. Yeah, a good chance for everyone, again, just to get to know each other and just mingle and just have some fun. Because I think
it was good. I was first year last year. I think it was really, really good. I actually got managed to talk to second and third year levels. Got lots of good tips, hot tips, good info on upcoming classes, and really, really worth it. It's really good.
Yeah. I think it's good as well because you also, like you said, you get to mingle with the second and third years. So I feel like there's not much of, it bridges that gap a little bit because I remember when I was my first year, I was like, oh, second and third years, they're a bit scary. But we don't bite, we promise.
And I think we've got like a smaller cohort for the whole of midwifery. So we all fit in the one room. It's not thousands of people. You can actually manage within the ball time period to chat to pretty much everyone, which is good.
Yeah. This is our Instagram QR code. So if anyone isn't following us yet, you can give this a little scan on your camera and follow us to stay in the loop. Both Zara and Erin are really good with their social media. Like they've been amazing so far.
I would say if you're interested in any of the events, the ball, the pub crawl, new jumpers, keeping up to date on your own cohort stuff with your fun scrubs and stuff, give it a scan. This is your first place for info.
Yes,
so
definitely.
Where we put everything, and everything looks beautiful and colourful as well. So.
Yes, yeah.
We're trying to put a lot of stuff out this year, sort of a goal of Erin and I personally, that is aimed for you guys as first years. It's just those like little niche things that I wish I knew before I went out on placement or before I did my first night shift. Our DMs are also always open if you feel like there's a question that you want answered that you think other people will want answered, or if you see something midwifery related you want us to repost, please feel free to reach out to us.
You guys take photos if you do have those fun scrubs. Definitely. Yeah, DM us on Instagram. We can give it a post. It's very nice to see yourself up in there and cute little fun scrubs. But yeah, we're trying to definitely target you guys. I know starting last year, there was a lot going into the first week where I was like, where am I wearing my uniform? Where am I getting my shoes? What am I wearing for this? What do I do for coast women? What do I do for placement? What am I bringing? But we're hoping to cover all of that.
I think just to quickly touch on uniform as well, this is, me and Erin are wearing the new shirts that came out, I think halfway through our first year. So they have been around for a little while, and then Cara here is wearing the old style mid shirt, so you might see those around as well. But this is the general uniform that you'll be wearing. They're really good. I think I've just worn the new shirts, but they're really good. They've got like little pen holders in the pockets here, so you can have like 4 pens here.
Nice and stretchy on the side.
Nice and stretchy on the side as well,
Stretchiness.
Big pockets, like if you have your own stethoscope, you can actually put the whole stethoscope in your pocket as well instead of having it hang around your neck. So I think that is really good as well.
Hot tip, these are sweaty, so get those.
I don't know if these are any better. Just stack on the deodorant.
You just sweat.
And like,
there's also a polo shirt.
Oh yes, there is a polo. There's a polo version. But,
I would say though, top tip, these pockets are amazing. I've got 500 things in these at the moment for close appointments.
Just shake it out at the end.
There's a lot to stack in there.
It's kind of like Mary Poppins. You just constantly pull things out.
And I feel like I even skipped on half my stuff in my pockets today. I was like, I don't need that, but they're still chockers. But the polo shirts don't have pockets. Highly recommend these. Super good. Otherwise, comfy pants. You're going to be in some weird positions catching babies. I can't even describe to you the way you'll be stretching and moving around. And then definitely get some good comfy shoes. For sure. Comfy shoes. You'll be out there at 2 a.m. for 12 hours straight on your feet. Comfy shoes. Don't give up on the comfy shoes.
And make sure you save your back as well, because that is something that I need to work on. Like you're in some weird positions, and your back starts to ache a little bit, and you feel like you're like 50 years old already.
Do those manual handling courses.
Yes, yeah.
Very expensive, but they're good.
Yeah, I would also say a little quick tip is also bring a spare change of clothes, because if you have a woman who is labouring in the bath or in the shower, you are going to get wet. So especially if I remember one time I was at Mount Barker with a coast. She was labouring in the shower. It was winter, it was midnight, and it was cold. And I didn't bring a spare change of pants, and I was freezing.
And then you get to drive all the way home in your nice car, and you're drenched.
Yes.
And then I feel like the shower and the nice warm baths is like the best version of it, because you could also be soaked in blood and amniotic fluid.
Yes, that's
true as well.
The only hospital that, as far as I'm aware, that dresses you is Women's and Children's. I don't know about the private.
You're safe there.
That's true actually.
No, I went to Burnside, and you get to wear their scrubs as well.
Cool. So yes, do you guys have any other little tips while we're sharing?
Practice wall stance so you can go out of this. I had a little notepad. I always had a little notepad.
A notepad in your pocket just to write down observations, write down, I need to look this up afterwards, what was that they were talking about, I don't know what the acronym is. You won't remember when you go home. Write them down and do your paperwork. At the time. My number one tip. Still telling myself that, but do it.
You do it though. And buy a Vicks thermometer.
Oh yes.
Flinders have the worst thermometers in the history of the world. Women's are okay, but
Also, you don't need to go out and spend like $150 on a stethoscope right now. I would spend the $150 on the pants. Like I would get the good pants, and the good shoes. I wouldn't cheap out on those. But don't feel like you need to go out and get a stethoscope.
You don't even need one. You won't need one.
Just get back on track a little bit. Write this down now. So this is we've got 2 QR codes here. So if you aren't a member already, I think we have it linked to our Instagram, LinkedIn. But if you aren't a member of MSC already, you can scan the QR code on the right. And if you are interested in being a first year rep, you can scan the QR code on the left. And then we'll.
It's all free, by the way.
It's free. Yes, you don't need to pay.
I was going to say it's free, and also the amount of numbers that we have to increase our funding as well. So the more people we have, the more interest we see in our club, Foodstore will support us more and more.
Yes, but yes, definitely don't need to pay like a monthly fee or anything, like I think some clubs do.
And can I just add, if anyone does sign up as a first year rep, I'm happy, and I'm sure Renard's happy to open like DMs on Facebook for you guys to ask us any questions about the course, anything that your students might be asking you, or anything that you want to know about, because we have rep meeting coming up in April, so you guys will be like fresh out the gates. But if whoever's a rep, come and find us later or something.
So yes, on the topic of events, we have a sausage sizzle that is coming up this Monday. So we're going to be cooking from 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. So if you guys are around and want a little sausage, you can have that for lunch, or you can just come say hi too. So we decided that the price of the sausages are going to be $3 instead of $3.50. So that's an old so that's an old sign. So just ignore that price there. Sausages are $3. It will. Sorry.
Cash only.
Yes. It will have to be cash only. Unfortunately, we aren't very I don't know how to say it. We're not like we're not a big enough club to sign up for an ABN to accept card payments either. So yes, that's why it's cash only.
But all the funds that we get from the sausage sizzle will go directly to MSC to help fund things like our pub crawl, our mid-ball, and any other events that we decide to do throughout the year. It's going to be here at Sturt as well, so you don't have to go all the way to Bedford. It's just going to be in the little courtyard in front of the cafe. So yeah, I'm sure you'll see us or smell us. smell the sausages. And then, so this is our pub crawl that we're doing. So our theme is What's Your APGAR? I was going to get into that. You'll soon learn what APGAR is, but I don't know, should we spoil it or should we wait till they start classes?
It'll click halfway through your class.
It will click and you'll be like, yes. So that is our theme for this year. That's what our t-shirt design is going to be surrounded upon. And then I think the map and stuff is all posted.
I was just going to say, we have a very quick turnaround for purchasing tickets of this. We've got t-shirts being made and our t-shirt man needs a lot of time to make them. So I know it seems quite maybe intimidating to go to an event like this. You want to make your friendship groups and whatnot. The actual event isn't held until the 5th of April, so you have some time. We did have lowest numbers in our first year with our first years last year, just because I guess everyone's getting to know each other. But it's a really, really great way to meet everybody.
Yeah. I would say going a year on now, this is the number one event. I would almost put it above the mid-ball, because obviously everyone gets a little fun. And it's just so easy to chat to everyone. We're all moving in a big group. We're going through, getting photos. Everyone's a bit silly. And I feel like that was the thing that really solidified getting close to the cohort. So your cohort for everything is quite small compared to, like business and nursing and things like that. You genuinely become friends with everyone in this room. And I think that really solidifies it is the pub crawl. Very fun, great photos to post the next day, and everyone just chats about it for the next year coming. So highly recommend.
And I think something that the events girls have organised that's going to be a little bit different from last year to this year is we're going to like a pub first to actually eat. So and that's like 2 hours long. So that way that you have a really good chance to like meet people and have a good chat and sit down. Get ready for the night. Eat some food first. I think that's also something to look forward to as well.
Especially when you guys probably aren't doing on-call for births yet, because your second year is going to be hectic. So if you get it in this year, you probably get to enjoy it a bit more and not be worried about getting called into the hospital.
So does anyone have any questions at all? Questions or comments, queries, like Liz says?
Any questions at all? Upcoming classes, placement,
Recommendations for scrub pants.
Honestly, these ones are from Kmart. They're like $10. Brilliant. So thin, because the student parking for hospitals is a good distance away from the hospital. You want to be able to move, and they're stretchy and they're thin. They're not going to make you sweat hundreds before you get there. Honestly, there's like 500 different styles of them. Otherwise,
I got
people
mine
have
from Totally Workwear. I think they have a showroom on Richmond Road that you can try them on as well. Yeah, they've got a few different styles.
Otherwise, AirMed. A lot of people go through that.
If you're an online person,
There's nothing wrong with secondhand.
Secondhand.
No. Flinders have a secondhand page.
I'm pretty sure Flinders, there's like a second-hand, I should have looked it up before we came, but there's like a like textbook and midwifery, on Facebook.
You'll find a few different year-level specific ones, but I think it's just a general.
So the third years from last year, some of them would be selling their stuff for this year, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, and if I didn't hype up the scrub pockets enough, get pants with pockets. I'm full out. It's great. Highly recommend.
These ones that I'm wearing right now are actually from the same place where you'll buy your shirts.
You need to come out and
they can't see.
Sorry. These ones here. I really like them. I really like them because you got big pockets here. I usually put my keys in here. unless I have to go near a shower, I take them out. Same with my phone. I can fit my phone in here as well. And there's actually pen pockets here as well, which I just fill up with pens because you never know who's going to need one. And
they all get stolen.
Yes.
Get yourself a nice
cheap
set.
pens. Don't get
cheap pens for everyone
expensive, like aesthetically pleasing it girl ones. Just get cheap pens because
the
you will
come in and
lend them
big
out.
and scary in first year, and they go, "Student, where's a pen?" And
Yeah.
so just give them your nice pen because you feel guilty and you never see it again.
Get cheap pens because you can give those ones out and lose them and keep your nice pens.
I was going to say, Amanda, with the second-hand website as well, they also put your textbooks up as well if you're a book person. Otherwise, the library has a lot of your textbooks online. All the lecturers are really good about posting like just the chapters you need. So don't go and splurge on your textbooks straight away. Give it a couple of weeks to see what you actually need. Yeah.
For shoes, I wear black Air Forces because I like how they're leather, and then if you like something spills on them, you can just wipe them. So that's an option, and they're really comfortable for me.
Do they have to be black?
Yes. Yeah.
And closed in.
Yes, closed in.
No
Yeah.
open shoes. Because you're working with needles and bodily fluids and all of that.
And I know-
last thing you do is get soggy feet.
You'll see a lot of midwives with the Birks that they slide into. Don't do that. You'll get in trouble, especially in labs.
And just to reiterate, you can't go to placement in fun scrubs.
No. You have to wear this.
Or coat.
Yes, I think on that note as well, just remember with your fingernails, they can't be too long either, and no nail polish either.
No acrylics.
Unfortunately, no acrylics.
No jewellery.
Has to be all natural. Sorry to burst that bubble. Was there any other questions? Any other questions at all?
Yeah.
You said a lot in your pockets. What kind of things do you usually want to
I stole like 500
pens.
Yeah, from orientation yesterday, so that was nice. I've just got a few in there. All your swipe tags from the hospital. Got my phone at the moment, and then you just start getting things. You get more like measuring tapes, thermometers. You got your stethoscope with you. Extra notebooks, lip balms,
accrue stuff.
Lip balms. I tell you what, lip balm. After 12 hours, you get halfway through and you're like, oh my god, my lips are so dry and so painful. So good to have with you. You'll go into placement and they'll go, got any alcohol swabs? And you're like, oh no, and they'll give you 5,000. So then your pockets are literally just alcohol swabs.
And tape. Get tape.
Oh yeah, and tape and cotton balls.
You don't need to buy a lot.
You don't buy that. You take that from the ward and walk around with it and then give it back later.
I mean, we're not stealing it.
We're not stealing it. We're giving it back.
I don't condone stealing at all.
But start your day with 5 pens in your pocket.
Yes.
A notebook and a thermometer. That's the 3 main things you will need.
Yeah.
And some kind of watch. So she's got that watch.
I
just have my normal watch hooked onto my pants because I can't hook it anywhere else. Onto the scrub pants, wherever. But have something because there is clocks everywhere. But sometimes
They're
you're
so
facing in a really weird angle and you can't find it.
Yeah. So you're counting everything. Maybe heart rate. Mum heart rate. Everything needs
bare
to
below the elbow.
Yes. When babies
No rings. I got
yeah.
my rings on my necklace.
Yeah.
You can wear... Even for coast appointments, some midwives will be like, unless it's just like a plain wedding band, don't wear your engagement rings, fancy rings, anything.
Diamond rings.
Look, you don't want to lose.
You don't want fluid and stuff going through your rings either, like your nice rings. So take those off and save them.
Be confident that you're washing your hands well. For everybody's sake.
And I do suggest, even if you have short hair, long enough to put up, because even if it's short, when you are in a birth particularly, it will, like yours is a perfect length example, it will get in your face, it will get sweaty, it will get hot. So just being able to quickly throw it back, even if you wear it down most of the time. I think if it's long, you can't actually wear it down.
No, so like my hair like this wouldn't be okay. I've just worn it down just for the sake of my head and my scalp for the moment.
Is okay.
Yeah, shoulder length hair is okay, but if you have long hair like mine, I just put mine in a ponytail, and then when I get to the hospital that I'm doing placement or my course is at, I just quickly twist it into a bun. I got like a really big scrunchie, I think just from Woolies, and I just,
It's come with everything.
I just use that really big scrunchie because I have quite thick hair as well.
You get good at making buns.
And just quickly put it up into a bun on my walk to the hospital.
That's another thing for your pockets, it's like a claw clip.
Hair ties, I feel like even little rubber bands, lots of women have been so thankful that I was able to just chuck their hair up because they come in wanting a cute photo with their baby once it's here, hair all done, and they're sick of it by the end. They're like, cut it off. So it's nice to just, you got some spares. Otherwise, hand sanitizer, I normally get my own. You'll collect your own little batch of things that you like and see what works for you and your favourite things. And you'll carry that throughout your whole degree and probably grad as well.
Yeah, and I think like you guys will all figure out what works for you as well. Like you'll work out like how many pens you want to bring or what you want to have in your pockets. You'll work that out, I think, pretty quickly. Once you guys start going on placement, especially, you'll quickly work out what is essential and what isn't. Don't be too stressed about it right now.
Your first placement does not need to be as daunting as you think it is. I think it's okay, especially on your first few days, to pull the "I'm just a first year." Like you don't have expectations.
Look, I pulled that at the end of first year. It's really hard for me to not pull it now. Go ahead, nobody knows.
They will have no expectations for you at that point. But definitely push yourself. Like you'll be surprised.
Get involved.
What you can do, because that's when you learn the most. 100%.
And then if you stuff up, I'm so sorry, I'm just a first year. And then they roll their eyes at you and you just keep going with the day. And it's fine.
I'm pretty sure when I showed up to my first placement, I literally came with nothing. And then the facilitator was like, okay, like, where's your paperwork? And I was like, we do paperwork? So I'm not sure. No, I'm so serious. So I'm not sure what I was like thinking, what was going on during the pre-brief. And now I'm here, so trust me, like, it'll work out.
Don't worry, they have a big meeting where they tell you about paperwork.
I was gonna say on the topic of paperwork, which I don't know if Megan has already said, you will end up with a big portfolio. So if you, I would highly recommend, if you haven't got one already, go down to Office Work and get one of those like big folders.
The largest you can find.
Yeah, the largest that you can find, because there's a lot of paperwork. Even because that's what I made the mistake of getting too small of a folder, and I've had to slowly upgrade over the years. So now I have a million folders at home. So yes, definitely just go straight for the big folder because it will fill out very quickly.
You can just start with like a small one, and that's the one that you hand up all your new papers from placement. So that's the one you submit, and then when it gets back, put it in like a big folder that you collect and keep at home.
We're talking like you're going to end up with like 800 pieces of paper.
Yeah. So everything that you do, every new sort of learning tool, women you see, every appointment is all written up on paper and needs to be signed and documented and handed into uni at the end. So
they've done our job for us.
There you go.
Yes.
We can Stop talking.
No, it's awesome. Yeah. We really thank you for coming, because I think it's better to hear from the people who are living it sometimes than us. So we really appreciate you guys coming to share information. And I'm going to have to cut it there because I'm going to do the rest of it.
That's fine. Any mums with young babies, hit us up. We've done this with little kids. You can do it.
So I just thank these guys for coming in. Alright. Some of you off to placement.
Yeah, I'm off to Flinders now. Amanda's off to bed because she's got a night shift tonight.
I've just got a call. Ladies' contractions are starting. So big night ahead. Probably go home, have a snooze. Wake up later.
Alright. Well, thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
That's
alright.
Thank you. Touch base with these guys if you need anything.
If you can't get a hold of us, these are your next best option. Probably the actually better option because they're actually living it and they can give you the real life story about what's happening with them. So thank you all.
That's all right. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
See you Monday.
Yes. Yeah. Does anyone need to get up and have a stretch? No? Sorry, technology just not working today for me. Everyone have good morning tea? Everyone get something to eat? Coffee? Yeah? Have a good chat? Alright, so brace yourselves, hold on tight. We're just about to throw a whole lot of information at you. Alright, so if you've got pen and paper, and I reiterate what these guys have said, do not buy expensive pens. I have been known to buy doctors' pens because they were forever stealing mine and then they lose theirs and then they steal yours anyway. So pens are a high-level commodity in midwifery or the clinical environment. So, okay, so as I said, lots of information. So I want this to be an interactive session. So I don't particularly want to be standing up here talking at you. While I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to load, what I want to do is hand it over to you because obviously we haven't had a great opportunity to engage with you in terms of obviously you've engaged with each other. You might have talked about why you're here, why you wanted to do midwifery, but we haven't actually heard that yet. So I'm going to ask if someone's brave enough to put their hand up, put the microphone up to their mouth and actually share with us what brought them here. What brought you here today? Did something inspire you? Did you always want to be a midwife? Or do you know someone that's a midwife? Or were you present at a birth? Or you just picked something out of the SATAC guide and went, yep, I'm going to do that. Trust me, that happens and that's okay. And actually that's part of what happened to me. The reason I'm in midwifery is not because I have a plan to be a midwife. I literally just fell into it. And I never looked back. So everyone comes to midwifery in different ways. So is anyone in this room game enough to actually share with us what brought them here today? Amazing, thank you. It's that there's a black thing on your desk or on the table. It should be green. Hopefully if you speak into it, yeah.
Like this? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Janelle. Well, I think I found midwifery like halfway through last year. I went to an open day at UniSA because my sister was studying nursing and she wanted to see what it was like at UniSA because she studies it here. And just talking to them, it was incredible to hear about the experiences and things that they've seen. And I've always wanted to help people, so it was kind of cool to like find a profession where you can help women, especially in the most vulnerable part of their lives, to like do that type of stuff.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Jackie. I have given up my corporate job of, combined 11, 12 years. I just didn't want to do it anymore and I had what I refer to as a career calling. And the universe just came to me and said, it's midwifery. I believe I'm really passionate and looking forward to being able to help and advocate women. One of the most empowering things they get to do in life.
Awesome. Big decision.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah, good on you for making the jump. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, now the hands are coming up. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Alicia. I've got 4 kids, but they were all C-sections, so I really wanted to witness a natural birth. And all my friends that said that I could join them had to have cesareans as well. So I was like, oh, I wasn't really enjoying what I was doing, and my kids are kind of grown up now, so I thought I'll do it now, better than now than never. So yeah, I love motherhood, love everything about it, and just thought I'd love to help.
Do you want to share what you shared with us this morning when you walked in?
Yeah, I've got 2 sets of twins. Yeah.
Brave girl.
Well, they're 9 and 11, so they're not little anymore. But.
Pretty cool. Thank you. Anyone else? There's a couple of hands over here.
What are you talking to?
Just the little, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm trying to step out of my zone when it comes to public speaking, so I'm giving it a go. I always wanted to work in healthcare. I was originally a dental assistant. That's what I went through straight out of school, year 11. Felt really stuck. Wasn't a big fan of it. I actually found, really weird, a girl named Portia on TikTok, and she just actually graduated midwifery, and I fell in love with her videos.
Yeah.
I started researching. Easiest way, in my opinion, was ATAR. I actually went back to school and completed Year 12 last year. And then I got the ATAR and I came into it. So, I don't know, really excited.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Do you want to
Amazing story.
Yeah.
I always also wanted to go into healthcare, find something that I was really passionate about and be able to support people. But I'm also really passionate about travelling, and this is a job that really supports travelling, and it's really understaffed in third world countries.
Yeah.
And I'd love to make that a big focus, to be able to go do placements or study abroad or something along those lines, to be able to help people who don't have the resources.
Yeah, amazing. Interesting story. We're actually really understaffed here in Australia as well. So the fact that you're all sitting here is really exciting for us because, workforce is a big issue at the moment, particularly in healthcare, and on the back of that big C word, and it's not the one you're thinking. It probably is, but it's the COVID was a big problem for healthcare, which you probably heard in the news and things like that. So, workforce has suffered a little bit as a consequence of that. So there's lots of jobs in midwifery, there's lots of opportunity, and so being here today is going to provide you with so many places and spaces to go and opportunities. You might not even aspire to work as a midwife in the clinical environment. It might be in research, it might be policy, it might be going overseas and volunteering. It could be anything. And Leonie's going to talk a little bit about her journey later this afternoon. But I'm going to now skip to the more boring part of the show. It was a beautiful segue, the students actually talking about this. So they are not lying. And when I say this, I am not lying. Welcome to the world of paperwork and documentation like you have never seen it before. We are slightly different in a sense that we're still paper-based. So it is all hard copy paper where you print out performers and you fill them in, you get the midwives to sign it, then you submit them to us, we mark them, give them back to you, and so on and so forth. We are hopeful in the near future that we will go to some kind of electronic or e-portfolio, but at the moment it's still paper-based. So one of the most important things about that is that you've got to look after yourself. So I talked about your back. These portfolios, these folders are heavy. So only take what you need when you need to. Don't carry everything around with you, mostly for confidentiality reasons, but also because you don't want to hurt yourself. You might have noticed this thing here is like my lifesaver. Every morning is, I don't have my coffee. I'm a grumpy person. I'm not really, but I love my coffee. And Fiona's actually gone to get me another one. So if you don't drink coffee, find something else that gives you a bit of a boost. As the students indicated, you will be on, at some point in the near future, basically on 24/7 call. So as you begin to engage in what we call the continuity of care experience, you will recruit women or people to actually work alongside across the whole entire journey of their pregnancy, birth and postnatal period. And so when they go into labour, they will call you, and it could be when you're ready for a big night out. Or you might be out on a big night out and they'll call you and say, I'm in labour. So sleepless nights are common. And if we took away all the intervention and all the messing around that we often do in the clinical environment these days, most women would give birth overnight. So it's often, the safe part of, and so that's what we often see. So Night duties can be really painful, and yes, you will be doing night duties, I'm sorry to tell you. But it's often one of the most amazing experiences, because that's when women go into labour naturally, and they come in the middle of the night, and you just get to chill with them overnight. And there's really nothing happening in the hospital, so it's actually a lot better, in my opinion anyway. Midwifery is a juggle. You might have remembered me saying at the beginning, this is not for the faint-hearted. It's not. It is so much a juggling act. So trying to maintain everything around you as well as what you do here is going to take a huge amount of time management. And I can't emphasise that enough. Be prepared, do everything as you need to. Obviously, if you fall behind, I fall behind too. I'm guilty of it. My emails are slightly out of control at the moment, and that's just because it's the beginning of the year. But there's lots of things that are happening. So the midwifery course is big. It's not like anything else that when you speak to your friends that are doing other courses, it is not like that. They might come to lectures and then they get to go home, they go to the pub, and then they have a big night and they sleep all weekend, and they might even sleep through their lectures. It's not like that for us. It's very much, you're always on the go. So those downtimes that you have, it's really important that you look after yourself. So I know Liz spoke a little bit about that this morning, about trying to find time to look after yourself. And that is, absolutely key. But the most important thing is, if you are finding that you're struggling with all this balancing act, that you come and speak to us earlier rather than later. It's really important, because we can't help you if we don't know there's an issue. The most amazing thing, and excuse me if I get emotional, because I often do when I talk about this, you are involved and a part of, and privileged enough to be part of, the entering of new life. It is the most amazing thing that you'll ever be a part of. And you get to do that as a job, you get paid for it. But I think you can't lose sight of the fact that these people have invited you into their world and given you permission to actually be part of something that's so very special to them and to their family, and actually to everyone that they know. So you will become a confidant, you'll have become a shoulder to cry on, you'll hold people's hands, at some of the most intense times. You'll be an ear to listen, and women will trust in you like they don't trust in anybody else. And often, as a student, they will trust in you more than they do the midwives or the clinicians that they are actually seeing different people all the time. So you become the constant for them. So they tell you things that they might not tell anybody else, and that is a really privileged position. When we talk about it being the best profession in the world, there is nothing like it. Absolutely nothing like it. And I can't wait for you all to experience that. As I said, you will be with people that are like you, and you'll get to experience those amazing experiences. But just more importantly, actually, you'll get to engage with people who are different from you. That is a learning opportunity that can make you grow as a human, as a person, as a member of community, as a midwife, and as an advocate for women, which is really, really special. So it's a learning opportunity at every interaction that you have is a learning opportunity. So birth is not only about making babies. There's a really common misconception that midwifery is all about the babies. Yes, there is a baby involved, but I would say probably less than 10% of it is related to the baby. This is more about women's and people's health. It's about public health. It's about primary health care. So if you're passionate about women and people's health, or just health in general, you're in the right spot. If you're thinking you came to midwifery because you want to work with babies, you might have to reconsider that. Yes, there is a tiny part of it, but actually it's much more than that. What we do prior to the baby being born is so very important, and it has what I call transgenerational impact. So what we do to support the woman even before pregnancy has massive implications and massive outcomes for them long term, for their babies and generations to come. So while this may come as almost like a burden to you, you have the ability to change generations down the line. And again, that is an amazing thing to hold to your heart and go, I have the power and the ability to do that. So I just want you to think about that and hold on to it, not get too overwhelmed by it, but you have the ability to change people's lives. We talk about the art and science of midwifery. So being a midwife is actually an art form. It's not something that I can describe to you. It is something that you will learn. Anyone had that moment where you go, I think something's going to happen and I know this, but I've got no evidence for it? Had that? I know I'm going to see someone today, but I don't know why. I've just got this funny feeling, gut feeling, or I've got this gut feeling that something good's going to happen or something bad's going to happen. Had that? You develop that as a midwife. So you might be in the room and you got this vibe and you go, I think she's going to have a baby. But you've got no evidence for that. There's no signs, but all of a sudden it just happens. And you go, I knew it was going to happen. And you can't articulate that. That's what we call the art. And that comes with time. It's really special. But then there's that underpinning science. We have to understand the body. We have to understand the changes that happen in pregnancy, even what happens with our bodies generally, in order to understand why things happen as they do. So this course is really built around building up your skills, both with the science and then blending it with the art, so you become, the whole midwife that we want you to be. Midwives make a difference at the coalface. You are with people at the most vulnerable times in their lives and the most special times of their lives, and you make a difference. And it might be that, they get the birth that they want, but it might be something as big as, they've really been struggling in their life due to mental health or other problems that they haven't been able to share with anybody else. And them sharing with you because you've built this reciprocal relationship means that they actually get the help that they need. And that changes the whole family context and the whole family dynamic, and that rolls out into the community. They may never have cooked a meal at home, and we might be able to initiate them getting social work support to actually teach them how to cook. So now their entire family unit is actually learning the importance of healthy eating, and you change outcomes as a result of that. On a global scale, we make a difference. And I will talk about the ACM a little later, but the ACM is part of the Confederation of Midwives, so the International Confederation of Midwives. So we have midwives all over the globe. And yes, in some situations, they have the least amount of resources of anywhere, and they're doing the very best that they can. But together, as a global unit, we can make a difference. I love this quote. This is my favourite quote. I think it says it all, so I'm just going to let you read it. I'm not going to speak to it. What I will say, and what is really important to remember the entire way through your career as a midwife, is it's not your experience. Okay? You're invited to someone else's experience. Yes, you will experience something as a result of those experiences you've been in, but do not overtake the person in front of you who is actually living that moment. It's very important that we don't impart our beliefs, our understanding of the world and everything on the person in front of us. We need to be the facilitator and the advocate for what they want. And I think this quote speaks to that. You will contribute to making the world a better place. And I think I've given you plenty of examples of how that can happen just by you being a midwife. And just building those relationships that people will value. It is truly an exceptional profession. There is nothing like it in the world. There is nothing else you will do that will ever touch you in the ways that this does. And I warmly welcome you to the Midwifery family. And now I'm going to play, and she'll love me for this. So she did say this morning that no one calls her prof. I do, just to get on a goat.
Okay, number 2.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Annette Briley. I'm the Professor
Officer of Women's Health and Midwifery Research at Flinders University and the North Adelaide Local Health Network, funded in part by the Hospital Research Foundation.
Is the midwifery degree as hard as I've heard it is?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I don't think anything's hard if it's what you really want to do. It is tougher than a lot of university degrees, but on top of full-time studying, you've also got your placements. You'll have periods when you're in university and doing lectures and the more traditional university education, and then you'll have times when you'll have your placements. So you'll be in one of the maternity services across Adelaide and indeed rural and remote as well. You also have to follow through a certain number of women, so you have to do a certain number of antenatal visits with them, be there and hopefully deliver their baby, look after them through labour, and then visit them postnatally. Yes, you probably could do an easier degree, but like most degrees in any of the health services, it's got that clinical component.
Can you tell me what it would take to become a midwife?
You have to be a caring person, you've got to be empathetic, you've got to plan ahead, and you've got to be quite resilient because you are working with people in a very stressful environment. When it does go wrong and maybe the baby isn't very well or the baby dies or worse still the mother dies, it's really, really tough. So I think one thing I would say about midwives is it's a real community. So you will rely very heavily on a peer group of support. So probably to be a good midwife you need to be a really good team player. So it's about caring for the families that you look after but also caring for yourself.
Can you describe a typical day in the life of a midwife?
To be totally honest, there is no typical day in the life of a midwife, and that's one of the lovely things about it actually. You can be based in a lot of different situations, so you can be in the community, you can be working in the women's homes, GP surgery, or you can be in the hospital, and you can be working in the clinic or in the antenatal areas where women are unwell and they're admitted into hospital. You can be in the labour ward or the birth centre, or in the postnatal ward, or you can be visiting women postnatally at home with their babies. So not only can your day be very varied in terms of your tasks, but it can be very varied in duration as well.
What is the most rewarding thing about being a midwife?
I think it's the best job in the world, but I'm bound to say that. People do remember you forever. I think you have an amazing opportunity to impact women antenatally and influence the health of a family with your help and advice. And women will ask you all sorts of things. It's a really special relationship. It's kind of like a professional friend. But those women, if they meet you in the street years later, they'll still remember you.
How do you create work-life balance as a midwife?
So I think work-life balance is always difficult if you're committed to any career. If you're looking after women and you're doing your follow-through in your training or you're part of a midwifery group practice, then you will be on call. So it is just about making sure that when you're off duty, you are off duty and you have got hobbies and friends and you make the most of those times. But I guess that's just the same for anyone who works in the healthcare situation.
Go on, Annette. You're wishing you hadn't come, don't you?
I do always get my mouth moves in a funny way.
Okay, just to let you know, we are running a little late, just because the students ran a little bit over, but I didn't want to interrupt them because I knew that they would impart knowledge that we probably couldn't share with you. So I'm not going to go too fast, but I'll try and get through this relatively quickly because I think one of the most important things is talking about placement and the preparation for placement, and hence why I brought Faye up with me at the moment. So just to give you a bit of background, every 5 years we need to go through an accreditation process where we revisit the course and we go through, quite an intense. This was Annette and I and the team. Not last year, the year before, the one on the right, probably not the other one, but it was basically just looking at contemporary midwifery practice, what's happening across the globe, what's happening here in Australia, and then embedding all of that into the curriculum. So we were really pleased to say that we had the new course accredited and we started to roll it out in 2024. So part of the process of transitioning to that was that we only rolled out first and second year. So this is actually the very first year where we're running the entire course in its full amount. So you're basically stepping into a brand new curriculum. We're seeing really good outcomes from it. We're getting lots of great feedback. The students are shining. So just to give you some insight, phase topic 2020 has just been running. The students have been in, so it's the second year, first semester topic, have been doing 4 weeks of intensives, and they're actually sitting their OSCE today. Some of them did it yesterday. It's basically a clinical examination where they have to demonstrate their skills, and they're doing a phenomenal job. So you guys get to do all of that. We have 2 pathways, so I just want to see a show of hands. So for the RNs in the room, if we've got any. Welcome. We've got our biggest RN cohort in the last few years. So we actually have 2 pathways. So as many of us have gone through, we've gone into an undergraduate offering, so a Bachelor of Midwifery, which doesn't require us to be a nurse. So I'm not a nurse. Fee's not a nurse. Anna is. And some of the other team members are nurses as well. But some of us are midwives only, and I don't say only a midwife because of all those things I've just spoken about. So we often refer to the undergraduate pathway as the pre-registration pathway because you don't already hold registration with our registering body, which is actually the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia. So that pathway is a 3-year pathway, and you can do it over 6 years part-time. Pathway 2 is actually not a postgraduate pathway. So for the RNs in the room, just need to emphasise this point. It is not a postgraduate. It is actually an undergraduate pathway that you enter. And due to your previous experience and knowledge, you're granted 36 units of credit, which is equivalent to 1 year of the program, and hence it's shortened to 2 years. So you actually integrate with all of the undergraduate students. We tailor it to previous knowledge and experience that you've got, but it means you get to intermingle with the undergraduates and learn from them, and you can impart your knowledge on them as well, which I think is a really unique situation. There is no other course in Australia that's actually like this. So, and that can be done over 2 years part-time. So the course overview, some of you have probably already gone into some of the topics and had a look at what we cover, but this is kind of just some of the stuff that we cover. Skills, law and ethics, anat and phys, pharmacology, which Larissa was talking about. Everyone loves pharmacology, loves a bit of drugs. I take the second topic this year that follows on from that, which where we apply it to midwifery. Research, which is really, really important to all of us, but particularly this one over here and me as a balance, what we call a balance academic. So I'm both a researcher and a teacher, so I have a balanced role here. And mental health and nutrition and all of those cool things, and obviously primary health care, because we're primary health care practitioners at the core. The course is actually set up to be 50% theory and 50% clinical. Okay, so you do half of your stuff as a theory-based understanding, and then you go out and you actually apply both in the clinical labs. Has everyone seen the clinical labs and anyone go through? Okay, so at the end of the day, I'm going to offer you the opportunity to come for a walk with me. I'm going to take you over the labs to show you, and then we'll show you where our office is as well. So if you're interested in hanging around, has anyone been over there for open day? Good. It's pretty cool. So I'll show you that this afternoon. And then obviously you go out to placement. So you've heard a little bit about that already. So really briefly, this is what the course looks like. So this is for the BMedU, so the undergraduate students. Those following that 3-year pathway are not already a registered nurse. So each semester has a maximum of 3 topics. So one of the big changes we made in the new curriculum was to make every clinical topic 9 units. So it's effectively a double topic. And what that meant was that we actually reduced the load on you. So you have less assignments, less topics to manage, and therefore we tried to reduce the burden on you in terms of everything else that you need to do. So I'm going to send this around, but this is just really a quick snapshot. So this is first year, where you guys are at the moment. So semester 1, you should be enrolled in 3 topics only. if you're doing full-time load. Okay, the green ones are the clinical topics, and hence why they're a bit bigger. And with that comes both the allocation for placement, but also your continuity of care experiences. So this is second year. Pretty self-explanatory, I think. If you need to take photos, go for it, but I will send this out to you. And then third year. So the final semester, so third year in general, we've tried to cut down on as much face-to-face content as possible to give you consolidation and the ability to go out to your continuity of care experiences, to have time to meet all your requirements, which we're going to talk about in a minute, and just to get a bit of a life. So in the second semester, we only have 2 9-unit topics, so you only have 2 topics to worry about, and that will then free up, hopefully, some time for you to finalise everything you need to finalise. And then this is the RN cohort. So as you can see, the similar codes, we've just taken out some of the topics that we feel like you've already got the knowledge in. All right? And the first semester, first year topics, which you're just about to go into, so mid 1101, sorry, these are really, and 1102. You might have seen my stupid video on the topic if you've gone into it. They're basically sister topics, and it basically is foundational level knowledge around midwifery practice. They're run slightly differently, but we've tried to keep them together because one of the things we used to do is have the RN cohort come into the second year of the program, and they expressed a real frustration about not having the foundational knowledge in order to proceed. So that's one of the big changes we've made in the new curriculum. And this is the second year of the RN program. So it's a mix of second year and third year topics. Mostly third year. Does anyone have any questions about that? No? Clear as mud? Okay, I'm just going to play this video quickly. So this just gives you a little bit. It's quite an old video. We are really hoping that we can get a new one soon. So there's actually none of, I think Liz might be in it, but there's none of us in it. So just excuse that.
Flinders University are leaders in health and in care, and we are focused on the growth and development of our nursing and midwifery programs, both at an undergraduate and a postgraduate level.
Nursing and midwifery are both very long-standing professions. Indeed, midwifery is the second oldest profession in the world, and it's always been based around the intrinsic values of care and compassion.
We offer a variety of learning experiences through multimodal education. In terms of nursing and midwifery theory, this is offered in the classroom and online. And we also offer a chance to practice and consolidate nursing skills through placements and labs.
The midwifery course at Flinders is very student focused. It happens in 2 areas, at the university, in the classroom and the simulation laboratories, but also, a really important part, is in placement. And student midwives are placed within the public and private sectors in a variety of venues. This means that they can have a real opportunity in the safety of being a student to be supervised in their clinical practice.
We have state-of-the-art labs, and some of the benefits include our high-fidelity mannequins, which are mimicking patients, so it gives students a chance to practice their skills and their patient care in a safe way. We also have simulated hospital environments, so we're mimicking a ward environment that students would experience on placement and as a registered nurse in their practice. Another interesting experience that we offer is called HoloLens. It's a mixed reality experience, so students are given the chance to put on a headset and then they can witness high-level patient experiences that they wouldn't necessarily get the chance to be involved in on placement. So, for example, a cardiac arrest situation or nursing care that's offered to a burns patient. One of the other benefits of studying at Flinders is an innovative teaching technique called Mask Ed, in which we can mimic a real-life patient situation. The educator actually puts on a silicone mask to become a patient character and then can help direct the scenario and guide the students' learning. The educator can then take off that mask and debrief the students on what went well, what didn't go so well, and what they can work on next time. We have a really large team of educators. They come from all sorts of different clinical backgrounds. So we have nurses from the emergency department, the operating room, the intensive care unit, the Royal Flying Doctors, the Defence Force, aged care and paediatrics, just to name a few. Our nursing team have a lot of experience working in the field, and this is really great in helping prepare our students from that really important transition from student nurse to graduate registered nurse. We have a wonderful welcoming culture at Flinders University where we really focus on student development, and we have skills that are really important in life that are embedded in every subject that we offer. The student experience is our central value, as are many of the values that we demonstrate through our teaching. So these include autonomy in practice, integrity, honesty, and maintaining human dignity.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to Fee. I'm going to hang around.
Get a break now. Get a break.
Yeah. Drink my coffee.
Yeah.
Just to talk about placement, and then we'll hand over to Chio, who's our the Will Unit coordinator for us.
Hi everybody. We had lots of information now, so we're just going to kind of talk more broadly about your placement experiences and what I do. So I'm the Placement Education Coordinator, and this role has been developed to assist students to navigate the link between university and industry, or the LHNs, if you like. And I work closely with the Will team, who you'll hear from soon, to make sure that you are ready for placement, so that you have met your compliance, which most of you would have started. I also work with the venues to make sure they're prepared for you, and then I work with the students in the labs and the topic coordinators to make sure that what we're delivering to you in terms of your education prepares you to be able to start your placement. Meg talked about 50% theory, 50% clinical. It is a huge part of my role, is to make sure that we are sending students out that are capable, confident and safe to be out in clinical practice. In terms of your placement, sometimes things come up in your placement that we need to navigate, and I will work with you, with your topic coordinator and the venue to navigate any hurdles that arise. I'm also available for any issues around your continuity of care episodes, as well as your TC is available as well. And we kind of work together to make sure that your clinical placement is what we've said it would be, which is an environment that you can use to inform your education and grow your practice. We also have clinical facilitators right across the state. Our major tertiary centres have in-house facilitation, so Women's and Children's, Flinders, they have in-house facilitation, and our other venues have visiting student facilitators who we employ directly, so we also work closely with them. Chio, are you going to go through the venues, or do you want... You're doing venues? No, not right now, but are you doing venues? I won't talk to that. Yeah, okay, we can talk together. So ANMAC, who and what is it? So ANMAC is the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Accreditation Council, and they actually inform, one, what we teach you, but also they set the standards for who can register as a midwife, as they do for nursing, who can register as a nurse. And it's really important that, one, we are in line with that accreditation and we are delivering that to you, but two, that we give you opportunity to meet that standard so that you are ready to graduate at the end of your 3 years if you're full-time. It is really important that we are assessing you throughout your degree, but also giving you opportunity to meet that accreditation to a highly skilled level. So to do that, you have to actually do 100 antenatal visits in your 3 years. Now, some students will hit this in their first year, some will hit at midpoint, but most students will graduate with well and truly more than 100 antenatal episodes of care. These episodes are done in your placement, but also with your continuities. So that's one part. The next part is 30 spontaneous vaginal births as the primary birth attendant. So you will be actively participating in a birth experience for somebody and sign that off as a episode of care 30 times. In addition to that, we have 10 first stage labours of care, so caring for someone in that labour time, but not necessarily attending the birth. And they're two different tallies, so become more clear as we go along. The next part is your 100 postnatal episodes of care, and this can include supporting women with breastfeeding, home visits if you're doing domiciliary placement, your continuity of care episodes as well, but also working in the acute environments, which is your postnatal ward throughout the venues. 20 neonatal episodes of care, which is looking at your neonate. So this is the bit where it does include the babies. So we're doing full examinations, which we will teach you and simulate in our lab environment of caring for that infant and assessing that baby post-birth. We also do on this, we do offer special care nursery placement. So if any of you have a passion for neonates or really want to go into neonates, we do also incorporate special care nursery placement as a part of your degree. The next part is 40 complex cares. So this, talks to any complexity that arises in pregnancy from birth, a labour birth, antenatally and in the postnatal period. It doesn't include the neonate, that's a separate tally, but it's basically any complexity that arises. Now this tally, if you think about them in columns, this one can be kind of double dipped across your normal labour and birth, but we're going to get more and more into those intricacies as we go along because it's a lot of information today. Yes, so the continuity of care experience is really, if you speak to most students, it's kind of the highlight of their practice, and it's one of the things that really embeds not only our philosophy of midwifery care, but it really starts to help you develop as the practitioner and as the midwife that you want to be. It helps you practice those foundations of building rapport with women and families, and giving care across the continuum of pregnancy, labour and birth, and that postnatal period. So it really is a foundation of our course, and you will need to do this 15 times in your degree. So 15 women you will follow through from about midpoint of your first year until the end of your third year. So in terms of the continuities, I think I just mainly said this, but it's really about providing midwifery care within the professional practice setting, working with midwives out in industry. It's also about establishing those professional relationships and really developing your skills around that communication and doing that kind of individual care that we often struggle to sometimes do in our larger tertiary centres with fragmented care. And it's about maintaining the records for those engagements and counting that towards your final tallies for your registration requirements. So if you look at the course requirements here, you can see for the Bachelor of Midwifery undergraduate, for the 3-year program, it's 15 women, and for the RNs it's 10, and that can be over obviously the 2 years. The thing about this is AMAC set this, so we don't actually set the requirements for a coast, but AMAC say that you need to see that person 4 times in their pregnancy, you need to attend 50% of the births, and you need to see that person 2 times postnatally to meet the requirements to have that count. Now, we've had a little bit of a chat about the portfolio. The students here were telling you, folders this big and, basically you're going to have to get shares in Officeworks, but we're trying to get ways to streamline the process because we know it can be quite overwhelming. So we are planning to give you some demonstrations, like some examples, I guess, aren't we, of portfolios so that we can get it right from the beginning. Honestly, we have everything from a bunch of papers in a box to something stapled together to beautiful folders, and we're really pushing you from the beginning to have it sorted, to have it filed, to have those folders in place. So we will talk to you a bit more of that in your first theory topic. That's where that's going to come in. So I'm not going to go too much further into that because really until it's in front of you and you're actually working through it, it won't make a lot of sense. But is there a slide for me after this? Because I do have a little...
Yeah, there is. I'm just coming over to that.
Put that. Do we want to keep going with that?
Hopefully, has everyone been in Flow? So on the online system, so you'll have all your tiles when you log into it. If you've set it up as tiles, otherwise it'll be a list.
Yeah.
Within that, you should have all been given access to what we call the Midwifery Professional Practice Portal. Has anyone seen that? Hopefully, if you haven't got access to it, you'll need it.
Yeah.
So within that actual platform is all of the placement documentation you could ever wish to know about. So you can go in there and access that now in preparation for the workshop that we'll do in, I think it's in May, in preparation for your first placement. So the things that we feel that you should be looking at right now and downloading a copy of. We used to do paper-based, but obviously we want to save trees and the environment. So if you want to download them to your computer, you can get the Midwifery Practice Portfolio document, which talks through all of those requirements that Fiona's just gone through, as well as all the requirements around the portfolio and what you need to submit, and your expectations at each level of the course. Your compliance requirements, and I know Chio is going to talk a little bit to that in a second. The clinical venue orientation, and I think you're going to talk a little bit about that too. So it's really important that you don't just turn up to your placement without doing an orientation. They won't have you there. And that also includes your continuities. So just a trick and a bit of a note, don't just assume that women will birth in the hospital that they're booked in. Okay? Especially if it's a smaller unit. So you might have done the orientation at the smaller unit that they are booked at, but they may be transferred. And if you haven't done the orientation at the tertiary level hospital, they will not let you in. So make sure you've covered off on all your bases. And then there's a whole list of clinical experience documentation. They're all of the performers and examples of how to fill in your paperwork. Now, I don't want to get too overwhelmed at the moment because we've got a full-day workshop coming up that we will actually step through all of this in detail and give you opportunities to actually look at the paperwork and have a go at filling it out. So I would access that site now. If any of you don't have access to it, please can you let me know so we can get you access. Did you want to say anything else to that? Okay.
That's good. Oh, yeah. I get this fun job. Okay, so is it working? Yeah. So we talked a little bit, the students talked a little bit about your uniform, and this is a really important part of your, I guess, professional face, not only for yourself, but also being a part of our university. So we do try and get those orders in for your shirts as soon as you can, and you can attend Valerie Travers and try them on, I'm pretty sure, make a booking through the website. Do I get to talk about shoes here?
Yeah.
I'm just going to reiterate the shoe thing. I know that the Birkenstock clogs are so comfortable and so trendy and everyone loves them, great, but you'll be sent home from placement. Like, I'm just going to put it out there. And I've got students already in my second year who are arriving in my class with them on. I said, they're really awesome, but don't go to placement with them on. So,
and no thongs.
Yeah, no thongs.
I'm not joking. People have turned up to placement in thongs.
Yeah, yeah. So you really need to get your boring black shoes on, and yeah, I think that's probably the investment that you need to make is your shoes, because you'll be working on your feet, and they need to be washable, wipeable, and not fabric based. Yes.
Sorry, where did the girls say to get the shoes from, or what brands were?
As long as they're black and closed in. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, they're comfortable.
You can
that's
have
all.
A Nike Air Force ones are fine because they are like they're wipeable off and they're leather. Yeah. That's if your feet suit those.
Yeah.
But some people wear the closed back Crocs, not the strapped ones, the closed back ones.
There's a couple of students that have got docs and they wear them. Not purple ones, but black ones. The best thing about the best thing to make note of is don't get anything with a mesh on the top because your feet will get soggy and soaked. So anything that you can wipe down that can be cleaned is the best option. And it was obviously comfortable.
Have you got a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because I'm a nurse and have Birks.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Is that the Crocs are okay because they're not leather? Is that why?
No, the Crocs are fine if they can't be the open-backed ones.
No,
the
so,
Crocs.
but the fully closed ones.
The fully closed ones.
They're fine. Crocs are fine, but not just, they can't be a clog style. So you know how they do the professional Crocs now with the full back on them? So the only exception sometimes is in birthing, they will let you wear Crocs that haven't got the full back. But I would just say there's no point, just invest once and get, the proper ones. Do you say you wear Birks with the whole closed though? Yeah.
I was going to say,
Full closed. Totally
Yeah.
fine. It's just the clog style with the back open that you can't have.
So the whole,
Same
you just have to
rules as
have a
nursing.
closed shoe. Black closed shoe
All the way
is
around.
fine.
Yeah. We have a second year trying to wear slip-on ones.
No. It's just we do emphasise this, but somehow it gets lost in translation.
And I understand they're expensive, so you really only want to invest once, invest right the first time. And your shirt, I know there's an outlay as well.
Yes, a quick question. I noticed they're wearing black. Does it only have to be black bottoms, or can we wear navy?
Black or navy is probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. Especially if you're already wearing navy in your job, then that's
I mean, black is the preference, but navy is fine too. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, I've just got one.
That's fine.
How many tops would you recommend us?
Look, it's up to you. If you can only afford one, just buy one. They actually dry really quickly. If you can afford it, buy two. And the other trick is, if you're out and about, make sure it's always clean and washed and in your car. Because if you need to leave anywhere to go to the hospital quickly with a woman in labour, at least you've got it with you. So get used to carrying around your uniform with you as well. And that's what's kind of happened when I'm talking about the thongs, or whatever they've got on at the time, jeans or whatever, is that they're rushing to a birth and haven't got their uniform with them, so they just rock up and whatever, so that you won't be allowed in. It's really important that you're identifiable as a student. So that's why we say no scrubs, because you need to be seen to be a student. So if you're in like scrubs like everybody else, someone will come and grab you and expect you to do much more than what you would be doing as a student. So really important that you're identifiable as a Flinders student.
And some students have bought the scrub top for shift and the polo shirt for continuities, and then they just rotate between the two.
And then if it's cold, are you able to wear like long sleeves?
We actually sell a vest as well, and I saw a student in it the other day. So it's a bit like the SA Health one, the vest.
You have to be bare below the elbows.
Yeah, bare below the elbows is kind of what we will be teaching you about for those of you who aren't working clinically.
And just to emphasise, like in the first couple of weeks of the clinical topic that you'll be doing, and you'll be going into the labs from next week, we do give a leeway in terms of coming in civvies. So you can come in the clothes if you don't yet have the uniform, but there will be an expectation in the near future that you come only in your uniform. So that includes the labs. So you need to be dressed as you would for placement or for COS in the labs.
So next week, if you haven't ordered your top, because I know they take a little while, it would be black pants, closed shoes, and just a polo shirt, or just something comfortable. Even just the Kmart's black scrub top.
No bums or boobs is kind of the thing. So something that covers your bum and something covers your boobs is good.
For like labs, do we have to have our placement ID as well? Is that right?
Yes. It would be good if you could have it. That was also on my list today, is the placement ID. I just saw you can actually order it through the orientation site. You can order that little card. We really want you to be wearing them, and we don't want them down around your waist. We want them up here. One, because we'd like to get to know your names, but also your peers, when you're working as a team, need to be able to learn your names as well. So it's really important that you have that visible, but also for the women that you're caring for, because they sometimes, they all always forget who's looking after them. So,
we are looking at getting you all one of these, which actually we're hoping to get your name on it with Flinders University on it. So we're looking into that at the moment.
For now, it's your placement tag up here.
Is that the same as your student ID?
No, it's actually slightly different. I've just had a look there. If you go to the orientation,
in the library, towards the corner, you can go in and you can order it there.
It's got a little clip on it.
Upstairs, so you go to Bedford. They're in the library towards the corner. They've got a little room, and it's got placement cards or something on it, and then you can order them in there.
Thank you.
Do it online too, otherwise it's $4 to have it. I think it's, and then if you want postage, I think it's $10 to get it posted out to you.
Give it a little trek up the hill.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to skip over this?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, just a little kind of, what is this? A bit of an announcement, I guess, is that the continuity obviously is one of the most exciting parts of your degree, but we actually need you to do some of our work before we get you in there. So you need to attend your first semester and have some clinical skills and some more professional skills before we get you recruiting coasts. So there'll be a workshop that happens at the end of 1101 too. And that's in May, and after that workshop then we will commence you can commence the recruitment. All right, so just hold fire for this first semester, but we're giving you the skills that you need to be able to recruit by May. One more. I just want to also let you know that we're working hard to establish our midwifery-led student-led postnatal clinic. Has anyone seen or used Health to Go service on campus before? It's kind of back over towards the casual car parking and the gymnasium. Great if you want to have a little look around, pass on the outside, and hopefully we can get you in to do a tour in this first year, but we are working to get endorsed midwives working in that space. So watch this space. All continuities will be, the continuum of care women will be offered that as well as a part of that if they're enrolling with a Flinders student. So we'll give you some more info on that in your topics.
Oh, Chio. Over to you, Chio.
So now we're going to introduce Chio, who is our Learning Support Officer within the Work Integrated Learning Unit, so effectively the placement unit. You would have already had some emails from Chio, yeah? And you're going to get some more. So Chio's going to talk to that now. Yeah, we work very closely with Chio and cause it a lot of stress. So yeah, I'm going to hand over to Chio.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you hear my voice? Okay. Yeah. Oh, it is. So I'm Chio. I might have been contacted by some of you already. You have probably received my emails. Apologies if we haven't responded to your questions sooner. It's been very busy lately, but we are trying our best to respond all to your inquiries. First, this is going to be regarding your requirements for placements. But before I start with this, I wanted to mention the venues where you will be going on placements. Okay. This semester for first years, we will have La McEwen, Women's and Children's, Flinders Medical Center, Gola, and Montbaca for only a little availability there in this semester, but next semester there will be more, hopefully. And apart from that, we also have private venues such as Burnside, Calvary, North Adelaide, and Ashford. Okay? So you will be able to select your placements, but that will be discussed later. Okay? And you will also be able to see the placements if you have been allocated to any on your in-place. Okay? Good. So now let's go to the requirements, because these are the most important things to be getting messages there, to be able to go on placements. Okay? If you don't meet the requirements, okay. If you don't meet the requirements, you will be you won't be eligible for placements, and that will be a very big issue for you and your topic. Okay, so the list of requirements is able to be seen on our website. Have you been to our website? Yes. Then I have sent you the requirements guide with a list of all of them and some instructions on how to obtain some of the documents. Good. And the requirements guide will be also seen on your in-place. If you go to your in-place, there are 2 documents there. One of them is the requirements guide, and the other one, the self-selectable user guide, the self-selectable placements user guide. Then you can also find our requirements list on the flow site. There is a flow site that it's called NHS Work Integrated Learning 2025. Okay, so there you go to your course, which is midwifery, and then you will be able to find more information, which is actually the same information that is shown on the website. Good. So this is also very important. It's the deadlines. Okay, for you, there are 2 different topics in first years, right? So for students enrolled in 1102, they will commence, all of them will commence placement on the 26th of May. That means that the deadline will be the 7th of April, 4 p.m., okay? You can send all your documents by that time so that the next day I can start confirming placements and also contacting the venues with the names of the students that are going there. This is very important because we also have deadlines with the venues, okay? And this deadline will be that week. So please do it as it's been shown on the website. Good. Then the placements that are commencing on 9th of June, which are going to be for some of the students enrolled in 1101, have a deadline as 21st of April. Good, also 4 p.m. This calendar can be also found on our website. You can see it there. Do you have any questions about these compliance deadlines? I know that some students may encounter some issues when receiving any document from DHS or from, just a second please, and or police checks or whatever. So if this is the case, please contact me, okay, and let me know that you have a delay so I can consider it, good, and provide you with an extension if needed.
The face mask fitting link is still not working?
Yes, this process has been a little changed because there are other disciplines that are going before on placements, before you. So they require the face mask before you. And that's the reason why you will be sent an email later in March, okay? And I will let you know from what day on you can book for your appointment to come to the test, okay? The test is on this floor. I think if you go to the left side and you pass the stairs, you will see the room where you will be face mask tested, okay?
I'm just picking up on the question in the chat from Olivia. So the 1101 students, so undergraduate pathway will do 2 weeks of placement and the RN cohort will do 4 weeks. Okay? Slightly different allocation, hence why there's 2 different topic codes. Effectively the same topic, different placement allocation.
Okay. Good. So now let's go to the requirements list again. This video can be found also in our website. No, sorry, in the Flow site, not the website. But let's have a look at it because it has some information that has been updated, and we can discuss the requirements one by one, okay? So I will click on it, and then I will stop it, and then we will have some discussion about the requirements.
Hello and welcome to this placement preparation video for midwifery topics. The requirements we will discuss in this video are the same you'll find in the requirements guide and on the website. Students need to start gathering and uploading all documents ASAP to be deemed compliant before the given deadline. The earlier you meet compliance, the faster you'll be ready for placement. It is worth noting that some documents, such as the immunisation compliance certificate, the tuberculosis services screening, and clearances such as DHS and police check can take weeks to come through after applying. Once you have enrolled in your placement topic, you will have access to InPlace, our placement system. There is an InPlace user guide that can be found in the links provided in the comments section of this video. You can also find it within the requirements guide on page 7. Once you have access to InPlace, under My Details, you can complete compulsory declarations and upload compliance documentation under the NHS Midwifery Compliance section. The first step should be to ensure you provide responses to the first 6 questions or tasks, beginning with the Fitness for Placement Disclosure Declaration. When this is completed, start uploading your current, completed documentation. Of course, to commence this process, you need to have some documents ready to go. Please note, we advise you to upload your individual documents as you get them, and not wait until you have completed everything to upload all at once. Chances are, you may have to amend 1 or 2 documents, so the longer you wait to upload them, the later we can advise you if anything is incorrect. For midwifery topics you need to have both the DHS aged care sector and the Working with Children check. You can apply for these 2 DHS clearances at the same time. The aged care sector is valid for 3 years and the Working with Children check is valid for 5 years. Apply for the DHS screenings via the DHS website, linked for you in the requirements guide and the comments section of this video. The police check needs...
I will just stop the video there, and it's regarding the DHS clearances. Okay, I have seen that some of you have already gotten the NDIS. This is good. You can, if you have it and you don't have the aged care sector, you can use the NDIS as aged care sector. Okay, because from next year on, the NDIS will actually replace the aged care sector. But don't worry to those that have already the aged care sector, because that one will be valid until their expiry date. Okay? So you can use one of or another. Good? And what I also wanted to recommend is, if you haven't applied to any DHS clearances yet, please apply for all of them so that you can have all of them for only one price. Really. This is good because it can be used in any workplace or whatever. Good? So please be careful when you tick the boxes there on the DHS platform, and just take all of them. I would do that for one price. I think it's worth it.
Just on the aged care and the NDIS worker check, if you have both, should we upload both or just choose one?
You can have, I mean, if you have the aged care sector, you can use it. Now you can upload it. I will verify it. If it's still valid, of course, right? Once it's expired, it won't be valid anymore. You will need to renew that one or get the NDIS. But the Working with Children check is required. It's a mandatory requirement and won't be changing. Good. Do you have any other questions regarding these requirements?
To upload the NHS checks, do we just screenshot the email? Because it didn't come
with the certificate?
Yes. You can screenshot the email. The important thing is that your name is there and the date it was issued.
Okay, yeah.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, let's.
Sorry, I just have a question.
Okay.
Do you, like, you started verifying them already?
Yes.
When, like, will we be told, like, is it going to be too late? Is something...
No. I am in the process of checking all the compliance that have been uploaded. Sometimes it takes long because there are other things to do as well. But I am trying my best to get them ready this week, next week, okay? And if you continue uploading the documents, I will keep checking them.
And I think my age care expires in September this year or something, so it's okay for now, but obviously just reapply.
Exactly, yes. Once it's expired, you will need to get a new one, or in that case, I would suggest you get the NDIS.
Yeah.
Okay. So this one has been. Sorry.
Hello, the questionnaire if you will undertake place video. The police check needs to include the words age/healthcare sector and unsupervised contact with vulnerable groups. We recommend using providers such as SAPOL if you will undertake placement in SA, or the Flinders check which has pre-selected the correct purpose to be compliant. Australia Post checks do not use the requested wording. This document is valid for 3 years.
Okay. Regarding the police check, the wording, the specific wording has changed a little. Now it is required to have on the police check that you are a university student on placement, okay? And for the proposed place of work, it should be shown that it's health aged care sector, okay? Good. I have seen some police checks that say that you were in another university. Okay, and I have to reject it, some of them, because they were going to expire before the semester ends, and which means that check won't cover you until the end of your placement. So for this reason, some of the documents have been rejected. But if you have a document, a police check that says that you are on a placement and you are a university student, that's fine. We can accept that. Good. And if it also says health aged care sector, that would be better. Good. I recommend the students to apply to police checks through the flinderscheck.com, because they have the predetermined wording already, which is, I think it's more convenient for you. Good. And I think it's also cheaper than the SAPOL police check. Good. So, yeah, that could be considered if you haven't applied to any yet. Do you have any questions over there? Okay. Then let's continue with the next requirements.
The SA Tuberculosis Services screening clearance can be obtained by completing the questionnaire in the link provided in the comments section of this video and in our website and guide. Once you complete the questionnaire, you will receive an email response guiding you to the next step in the process. Do not start any immunizations or updates until you receive this email. Please note this needs to be done prior to any immunizations that may need to be done or updated. Please follow the instructions given in the requirements guide. The Immunisation Compliance Certificate or ICC must be completed by an Australian immunisation provider. First, you will need to download the ICC and add your name and student ID in the appropriate fields. You will also need to download your Medicare certificate and attach it to the ICC. If you do not have any records, go to your GP to determine whether you need to have immunizations or not. but do not start the immunization process until you have the results from your TB screening. If you do not have a Medicare certificate, please contact the placements team. We strongly encourage you to use the Flinders University Health and Counselling Service. This service is free to enrolled students. Link in comments. A GP will be signing a commenced or completed ICC. When completing the form, ensure the dates are included and the boxes are appropriately ticked. All evidence of previous vaccinations should be accurately recorded on the ICC. For diphtheria, tetanus and pertussis, DTP, you must provide evidence of a booster dose of DTP vaccine in the last 10 years. Confirmation of immunity post-vaccination is not required. For measles, mumps, rubella, MMR, there are several ways of demonstrating you have met this requirement. If you were born before 1966, no evidence is required. Alternatively, you can provide your GP with documented evidence of 2 MMR vaccinations at least 1 month apart, or this can be determined by serology blood test. Varicella zoster chickenpox can be determined by providing evidence of age-appropriate vaccination or serology blood test. If the test comes back negative, you can start the scheduled course of vaccinations, but not until you have received the confirmation from SATB screening services. Historical evidence of at least 3 doses of polio vaccine, inactivated poliovirus vaccine IPV, or oral poliovirus vaccine OPV is required. If documented evidence of vaccination is not available, a statutory declaration stating the student has completed the 3-course vaccination schedule will be accepted. If you have not been vaccinated for polio, you can start the course with the first dose, the second dose is 2 months later, and the third dose is 6 months later. But this is not to be started until you have received the confirmation from SATB screening services. Hepatitis B, Hep B, requires all students to have evidence of 3 vaccinations and a blood test confirming immunity to Hep B. If you have not been vaccinated for hepatitis B, you can start the schedule of 3 immunizations. After the first dose, the second dose is 1 month later, and the third dose is 4 months later. To finalize this process, documented serological evidence of hepatitis B surface antibody greater than 10 ml/ml should be indicated on the form by the GP. This schedule of vaccinations is not to be started until you have received the confirmation from SATB screening services. The influenza vaccination, FluVax, is a seasonal requirement. The influenza season commences in late March or April. Please ensure you get the vaccine for the year you go on placement. For example, if you go on placement in 2024, you will need to receive the 2024 FluVax issued after March of the current year. You are required to have at least 1 dose of the COVID-19 vaccination to be eligible for placement. These must be an Australian recognised dose. Please upload evidence of receipt of this onto InPlace. A Medicare statement displaying it is sufficient evidence. The SA Health Better Place deed poll can be found in the link provided in the comments section of this video. You will need to read, understand, and sign the document. This document needs to be signed and witnessed by any adult over 18. Once this is done, please upload it onto InPlace. The CPR certificate is an annual requirement. You will need to book for a practical training, where you will be issued with a certificate of completion. You can find a list of providers on our website. The manual handling certificate is an annual requirement. This also requires you to book in for a practical training, where you will be issued with a certificate of completion. A list of providers can also be found in our website. The link to our website is in the comments section. The hand hygiene certificate can be obtained after completing an online module. The link to this module and instructions on how to complete it have been provided in the requirements guide. I have also added the link to the National Hand Hygiene Initiative module in the comments section. Ensure you receive a certificate that states hand hygiene for clinical healthcare workers. The infection control certificate can be obtained by completing the Principles of Infection Prevention and Control. This is an online module which can be found in the same platform as the hand hygiene module. The certificate must state Principles of Infection Prevention and Control. Another annual requirement is the BloodSafe Clinical Transfusion Practice Certificate. You can obtain this by completing the online module. The link to this module in comments. The EMR Sunrise training can be done through Flow, now known also as Canvas. All students are required to complete this module each calendar year. Once completed, take a screenshot of your result including your name. The pass grade needs to be 80% or above. Finally, you will be contacted by the Mask Fit team to book an appointment through Career Hub. Appointments are limited, so please ensure you book in as soon as possible as there is a small window of opportunity. There is a list of things you should consider when organizing your self-selectable placement. Please refer to the requirements guide for further instructions. Please ensure you read the self-selectable placement user guide for instructions on how to nominate your placement. This has been shared in previous emails. Once you have selected a placement, it will be reviewed and confirmed or declined. It is your responsibility to ensure you are compliant for placement. We recommend you check in place every couple of days to confirm your documents have been verified. We will reject documents that do not meet the criteria and leave a comment for you to review. If you have any problems meeting the deadlines provided, please make sure you contact us so we can assist you. We hope this video has been useful. If you need further assistance, please contact us at cnhs.placements@flinders.edu.au and include your topic number and ID in the subject line, or call the college on 8201-7500 and ask to speak to the placements team. We hope you have a wonderful placement experience.
Okay, just to end this, I wanted to mention again the face mask fit testing will be held for you in April. So very close to that date, I will send you an email to let you know from what day to what day you can book for your appointment. Okay, if you have been tested before and hold evidence of it, please upload it to InPlay so I can verify it. Good. If you don't, but you have been tested before, don't worry, you can be tested here. That's fine. Good. You can always contact me for any questions. That's my email. You can also call, but sometimes the calls are they go to other teams, and yeah, it might be tricky. So I think it's better to just send me an email. And if you have questions now, I can also respond them now. Any questions? There.
How long is the police certificate valid for?
3 years. Yes. Yes?
When filling in my immunisation form, the GT didn't add all the dates of when I had the doses. Is that fine if I just upload my Medicare?
Did the GP tick
Yeah,
the boxes?
Put the dates on when I had.
Yeah, that's all right. If he ticked or
Yeah.
if they tick the boxes, that's fine. Yeah. Any other questions?
That video that we just watched, that's available for us.
Yes, it's in our Flow site. You can find it there. Any other questions before I go? Otherwise, flick me an email, please. Okay? Bye.
That's next year.
Okay, everyone feeling a little overwhelmed? Yeah? So there's kind of a bit nice segue. So I'm going to now introduce Melissa Sarkley, who is the student engagement from the Student Engagement and Success Unit, to talk about all things student support. Because as you now understand, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of things going on in this course. So if you need help, this is one of the places you can reach out to get that support. Thanks heaps, Melissa, for coming. And I know we're going to run a little bit into lunch, but I promise you we'll get there.
Hey Hey everyone, how you going? I'm just going to move this camera because I don't want the people online looking up my nose.
That was my fault.
Yeah, because you're so tall. That's better. Hey guys. Okay, let's just see what we've got. Okay, so my name's Mel. I'm a Student Success and Wellbeing Advisor. Have you all been sitting down for a really long time? Are you sick of this room? Do you just want to stand up for like 2 seconds and sit back down? Or can I just go ahead? Go ahead? All right, amazing. So my role at the university is sort of to help people when things start to go a little bit wobbly, which I hope doesn't happen for any of you, but we know that you're not just here studying and not doing any other things. We know that a lot of you are working, maybe full-time, part-time, casually. Some of you may have moved from interstate or from the country and maybe adjusting to moving out of home for the first time. Some of you may be looking after kids as well and maybe caring for parents and things like that. So we know that sometimes university might drop in your priority list, and that's okay. What I'm here to, I guess, reassure you about is that we can support you if that happens. So my role at the uni, I really like to think of myself as a link to other services, a link to other supports. So if life does start to get a little bit wobbly, if university starts to maybe not be high on the priority list and you're feeling like you need some support or some resources or to speak to someone, you can chat with me. And there's a QR code on the slide, and you can book with me for 30-minute appointments in person or on the phone or via Teams. And generally what we'll do is we'll have a bit of a chat about what your challenges are at the moment, how you're feeling, and then I'll help you make some decisions about what you might want to do next. So I'll give you an example. Maybe you've moved from interstate and you're adjusting to a new place to live. And you're going to all your classes and maybe you're managing a health condition, and then maybe your dad calls and says your dog got hit by a car last week, and you kind of put your head down, keep going to classes thinking that you're doing okay, but actually all that stuff's buzzing around in the back of your mind. And then you can't sleep because your housemate's really noisy and you're thinking maybe this accommodation choice wasn't for me. So you might come and have a chat with me and we'll talk through all of those things. And I can't help about the dog, but maybe I can get you in to speak to a counsellor. And accommodation, we can go and talk to Kate, who's the Flinders Living Accommodation Support Officer, and you can talk to Kate about maybe some alternative accommodation options. Managing a health condition, have you got an access plan yet? Let's go and chat to Disability Services and get you an access plan. And can we carve out some time maybe for you to pop home for a weekend and see your family and reconnect? And how are you managing those connections here? So that's kind of the thing that I do. So we try to provide a bit of a personalised support for you depending on your circumstances. Other times when you might hear from me is if your teachers are a bit worried about you. So oftentimes, especially in the first semester of uni, you're going along great, going to everything, really chatty, meeting people, handing everything in, and then something might happen and that all stops. And your teachers are going, oh my gosh, where are they? What's happened to them? Are they okay? And they might reach out to you and you might be really embarrassed about having missed a few classes or missed a couple of assessments and you might not want to reply to them. And so they might reach out to me and say, look, can you try and contact them? So that might be when you hear from me, when you've kind of disappeared or maybe your behaviour's changed in some way and we're a bit concerned. Another time when you might hear from me is if you fail an assessment or if you fail a topic, which for you guys can have ramifications in terms of how you progress through your study plan. So if that happens, I might reach out to you and just see if you need some extra support and how can we get you back on track and make sure that you're getting through your topics as quickly as possible. And delivering lots of babies, yeah? You'll get a text message from us probably about week 3 that says, how's life going at Flinders? Reply yes. Reply 1 for a phone call, reply 2 for an email. That's from the team that I work in. So if you need any support, if you have any questions, if anything's bugging you that particular week, feel free to respond. There are only 3 of us though, so it might take us 3 or 4 days to get back to you. But we will get back to you eventually, and we'll email, if it's email, we'll email your Flinders address. I do just want to highlight, and I'm sure that Megan and the team have gone through a lot of supports that are here at the uni. if you're, sorry to the people online, but down at the Welcome Hub in the courtyard, we've got this services and support directory. So if you feel like you're not going to remember everything that we've told you, and you're probably not, go and grab one of these, take it home, put it somewhere safe. If something comes up and you need some support, you can flick through it. It has a QR code for every service at the uni. You can go through, you can read about them. If when you get there you don't understand what that service does, or you don't know what to ask, don't know how to ask it, don't really know where to get to it, you can also come through me for that information, so I can help you kind of navigate this big place that is Flinders. I work from Sturt campus on Tuesdays, so if you want to catch up with me in person, I'm down in the Student Services office on Tuesdays. I work out of the College of Medicine and Public Health over in Flinders Medical Centre on Thursdays. Very happy to meet you over there, especially for any nurses in the room who are also working in the hospital. And then other days I'm up on main campus, but can do MS Teams and phone 5 days a week. So really want to support you. Come and see me. To kind of jump off what was being said about placements across the university, a lot of the stress we find with placement teams and with you and with students is when you're coming up to your deadline or you've missed your deadline for getting your compliance in. So I would say listen to those dates, but if things do start to get wobbly and you're coming up to those dates or you've missed that date, get in touch with the WIL team, get in touch with me. We'll do our best to kind of try and navigate through that for you. Any questions? Anything I've missed? Nope. I don't know. It was just that slide, wasn't it? Yeah. All right. I will leave you to it. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Okay, I know I'm standing between you and lunch. Is everyone feeling okay? You don't have to say yes. I just want to, segue from what Melissa's just said to say, I guess we're in a really unique position in that we are a small cohort, so we get to know you very well and by first name, and so please call us by our first names. Everyone in the team calls me Meg, the students call me Meg. I will answer to anything, so you just fill in the gaps. But if you need anyone to speak to, you're more than welcome to drop down to our office. So as I mentioned, we're going to offer you a bit of a tour this afternoon, and I'm actually going to take you down to the office if you want to, so where you can find us. Just again, if you do need support, come and see us sooner rather than later so we can make any adjustments or changes that need to be made. So Melissa talked a little bit about study plans. So that's part within my role. So some of you I've already spoken to via email or on the phone or even in a Teams chat to look at your study plan if you want to go part-time or change your study load or whatever, and make some arrangements. So we can be flexible as much as possible. There are restrictions in some places, particularly around placement, but there is some flexibility that we can support you with. So I guess the key takeaway point right now, before you go and run off to lunch and get your free lunch, is that come and see us sooner rather than later. If we don't know there's a problem, we can't help. All right, so go find lunch and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
One pair of them is really bad, and she's like been a nurse for like 15 years. But yeah, because when I looked at those shoes online, they look like they're messed.
No, that's okay. Yeah, but I know that they're really comfortable. So they often run
on the toes, and I was like, oh, I think maybe like
probably going to be another one so it might not need to be right now. So let me know what it is, and then we can invite you. All right, no worries. 1:30. Yeah, so take an hour. Yeah. The afternoon's a little bit like less intense. Yeah. I'm going to go like tomorrow. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Oh.
I got all my ID stuff, and then I got home and Mike was like, "Oh, where's your ID card?" I'm like, and then I got an email.
I hope you didn't lose it somewhere.
They're like, "Oh, come to okay, all right." You'll be there.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
Sorry, when will we do that?
1:30. Yeah. So take an hour.
Hello. Sorry, I wanted to touch base with you. I talked to you.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, guys. I found some of my portfolio. I don't know if that was so I asked you to actually some photocopies. So we used to do a hard copy photocopy. So Jenny was really good. Jenny. So she's really good at making sure that the documentation. It's just we've got to go through. Yeah, no. I thought I would be able to do it.
No, we can. So there's other venues that she mentioned.
Oh, okay, good.
And she didn't mention those three cases. I think we're trying to minimise the amount of information we should get into because obviously it's all on that midwifery practice portal that we've developed, and it's also on the so go and have a look in there. It actually is
good. Yes, it's like a 3-week-old. So I was like,
yeah.
Pictures, so I was like, I can't do that.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
No worries. Hello.
Sorry, I saw you turn down. Where did I go to?
Where is it? 3, 3, 2. All right. So this is south. So you've got to go. If you go out this. And then there's a walkway. If you walk all the way to the other end, you take them into north. Okay. And then there should be signs to where that room is.
Okay,
it's actually up on the 3rd level, so you'll have to go up another. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Hello.
I saw on the thing there's like the Health to Go having service.
Yeah.
Is that somewhere we could go to get our vaccination compliant? Do you know if there's an actual GP?
Good. That's a good question.
Obviously, I'm not sure if it was available to
Leave
us.
it with me. I'll find out at lunch and I'll let you know.
Cool. Thank
you.
you.
No worries.
Late or
Hello. How are you going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
Is it necessarily
Are you listening?
What should I do about that?
I would get your own as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
That's your priority. We always say that's important. It's really handy to be able to drive. When you choose for your placement, it's going to be probably next issue because you'll be based on one place. Yeah. Once you start recruiting the coast, because obviously women can be in quite a geographical diverse situation. I mean, really, Uber, if it's late, know what public transport is like, sort of where you're living, where you
Well, that's what the other thing is like sometimes I know with Uber it can, like, is it, obviously I'm trying to get there as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Well, what's with like,
I mean, you've got to get for your shifts, for your places, you've got to get there.
Yeah, that's I'm fine with that.
Honestly, for your coast, you just need to get there as soon as you possibly can. Most first labours are 12 to 15 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not a case of all the time I'm in labour. I would say to the women that you've recruited, and there are appointments will be planned to get previously, obviously you'll know when you get to there. It's the labour that is for them.
Yeah.
And I would say to them, because I don't mind what's transport, can you ring me kind of a little bit sooner so you kind of know that maybe it's coming, because then maybe you can kind of frame it, I can rent or whatever.
Yeah.
But you will work it round. But it's a good incentive to price test.
Yeah, no, I've already figured out that I need to work on that.
Yeah,
so
that's
and then because I'm thinking as well with on your P's you can't drive from 12 to 5.
Exactly.
So that's what I think
You're
just
going to have to
it's
really
fine.
think about thinking through. But talk to us about it. If it happens, and don't stop recruiting people because we want you to recruit throughout because obviously the experience changes.
She just directed me to where I can pump.
So yeah,
I'm breastfeeding still, but I need a card and I can't get into the parent room.
Do you want me to go down to our office?
Oh, wherever.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise.
Yeah, I can't get in.
I'll just. It's
just situate to the breastfeeding room?
Yeah,
I
it
can
needs
let
a
you.
swipe card. Yeah.
Have
you got access? Have you?
I don't know. I assumed I
Go and
had.
go and have a look. I'm going to stay here because everyone's bags are here.
Okay.
Otherwise, we can go down to our office.
Okay, come with me.
You can go in my office if you want.
Is it open there?
Yeah, or there's the meeting room. I don't think anybody will be there. Hello, how are you? Yeah, I'm going to have to stay here because I've run some of the shit here, so just to be friends about you can if you want to. Do you have your computer phone at all? Okay. Mine's in my bag, my folder bag, if you want to go into it. Yeah, that's okay. It's just that I don't want to leave these bags just in case something gets on the phone. 1:30. Yeah. You know, 1:30. Oh, really?
I've got her in. I'm just going to get some lunch. Can you send it back?
What's that?
I'm just going to go and see what's for lunch. Want to bring you something back?
Yeah, can you just grab me a Sprite?
Some what? Sprite?
Can you just grab me a Sprite? I'll give you the money for it. I'll freeze when it's gone. Huh? Okay. Yeah. 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 No, yeah, it's okay. I just don't cancel on the just you're able to grab in my cord. It's just a bit easy. Yep, alright, no worries. See you later.
there any food left down there?
I don't know. I haven't been down yet. I brought my own, but
Your face is familiar.
is it?
Yeah. We met before.
I don't think so. I've only lived here for like 18 months.
Okay.
I'm from Darwin.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's not. Unless you're from Darwin.
No, I'm not. I went up there just recently, but no, but your face is familiar, and I know maybe you look like somebody I've met before.
Yeah.
People say that about me sometimes, but
Yeah, just put a generic face.
no. See if there's any lunch down there. I haven't heard if there's anything down there.
What time do we need the back?
1:30.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. See you then.
Huh? I'm worried. Oh, is it? I don't know, I just got some messages. Oh, don't worry. I can pick it up today. It's okay. I've just...
I was going to wear these, but now
Do we need to wear like the whole uniform for the?
No. Oh, just the lads. So that's in the clinical space.
Oh, okay.
So it's our simulated hospital environment.
Okay.
So that's where you need to wear it. If it's a tutorial or a lecture, even in the clinical topic, you don't have to wear your uniform. It's only in the clinical.
Okay.
I'll clarify that in a second.
Yeah, because I'm only doing it part-time, but I've chosen medical study plan so I'm not really doing placement.
No, that's okay. Then you wait.
I don't need to worry about what the shit. Cool.
I've got a question about kids. What classes? I'm just about to there. I'll sit back down there. So everybody gets it. Hello. Yep. There'll be a okay, so I don't have to fill in this. Generally not, you normally just put it down. But it will talk you through so some of the names do it differently, so I can't really give you the what that's and everything, but it will be on there. Alright, thank you so much. There'll be recordings for the rest of the day Okay. Did everyone get something to eat? Free lunch? Do you feel recharged? No? Yes? No? Okay. I am going to hand over to Annette again. I know you've heard from her a couple of times today in various places and spaces and videos. I just want to introduce Annette as, I'm very, very privileged to work with her both as a colleague but also as a researcher and to learn from her. What you probably don't know about Annette, she's one of the most prolific midwifery researchers in the world and has been in some of the massive studies that have changed practice. So to learn from her and actually work alongside of her is a massive privilege, and she won't acknowledge that, but I'm going to say it again today. So I'm going to hand over to Annette, who's going to talk about research. Now, a lot of new students, ongoing students, students in general, don't necessarily understand why we talk about research. But everything we do in practice is underpinned by research. So we wouldn't have the knowledge we have if people didn't do research into things. So research is ever evolving and is informing our practice ongoing. So while you might not want to be a researcher, you will need to be a consumer of research. So everything we teach here is underpinned by research. And so Annette's going to talk about some of the research she's been involved in and what we've been doing here at Flinders.
Actually, what Meg has omitted to say is the only reason I've been involved with a lot is I've had a lot of really good opportunities, but I'm also very old. So I'm just been around long enough to do it. So Meg's pretty much said this. Research is really important for lots of different reasons. It informs what we do, it informs our practice. It also informs the care that we give to women, but also our workforce. And we do a lot of research here with the team, looking at how we're educating you guys, if we can make it better, if there's things that you need. So actually a lot of what we're doing is research. And in its simplest form, if you cross the road, you look both ways. You're researching whether there's a car coming and it's going to hit you, and then you walk across the road. So we all do research every day in our lives. So clinical research. There's different sorts of research, and we're very lucky here. Oh, was that not my boobs?
No, it was up your nose.
Oh, it's probably better than my boobs. We're really lucky here because Liz does a very different type of research to me. She does a lot of qualitative stuff and around philosophies and theories and ethics and justice, whereas I do a lot of clinical research, so really sort of bench to bedside type stuff. So between the team, we have got a lot of expertise, and there's other people. Meg knows a huge amount about water births, and Leonie's done a lot about models of care. So we've got a huge expertise within the team into research. So clinical research is key to finding new solutions for care. Probably don't need to enlarge on that because we all know what happened with COVID. You know, it was a huge effort by everybody around the world to get those vaccines developed. And, you know, I was fortunate to be here because I actually lost colleagues, midwives, paramedics and doctors and nurses who worked in the UK who caught COVID from their patients before the vaccine was available and sadly have died. So, you know, that has really changed practice as far as the threat of that illness. And clinical research also has changed the delivery of care. So years ago, we, if someone had tuberculosis, TB, there used to be an award in an iron lung for ages. Now we've got vaccines and medications and they're treated as outpatients. When I started, I did my nurse training first. When I did obstetrics experience, they used to call it 3 months in your general training. Every woman who came in labour had an enema because they believed that bacteria in the bowel would cause an infection in the baby. Completely unresearched, unevidence-based. We then realised that actually that wasn't the case, and the practice of giving women enemas prior to labour or in early labour stopped. I was also very lucky to work on a study, one of the first research studies I was ever involved with actually, which was about antibiotics for women at risk of preterm birth, because very clever people thought that it was an infection in the genital tract, in the vagina, that caused babies to be born early. So we did a randomised controlled trial looking at randomising women to take antibiotics prophylactically or placebo. And the women who had the antibiotics were twice as likely to have their babies early than the women who had the dummy tablets. So that practice stopped straight away. And similarly, if we think about drug discovery, I mean, that goes back to COVID again, and all the treatments that I've talked about. And then when you think about screening programs to maintain health and identify problems, you know, it used to be that you waited until you became unwell, and now there's all sorts of screening tests for all sorts of diseases. Think of all the cancer screening tests, you know, in the 60s, which actually isn't that long ago really. People they got cancer and they had it as a diagnosis, not as a not as a screening test for it. And again, if we think about in pregnancy, gestational diabetes, I'm old enough to, in my beginning of my practice, women would come in, they'd have a big baby on board, and often the baby had a stillbirth at term, unexpected fetal demise, and then we found that their blood sugars were really high, and it was undiagnosed gestational diabetes. Now we screen all women for gestational diabetes and manage them accordingly. And in fact, there's a study that I'm just getting involved with the UK, looking at how we manage women with gestational diabetes in labour, because we still have the old ways of regularly pricking their fingers and taking their blood to test their blood sugars through labour, and actually is that necessary these days when they're so well controlled? So we know that evidence-based practice improves patient outcomes. There's so much evidence out in the literature about that. And there's also evidence that hospitals and healthcare professionals who engage in research, not necessarily do it, but know about it, read about it, and can critically look at it, those hospitals have better outcomes even for patients that aren't involved in the research, and the staff are better informed, better motivated, and very enthusiastic about their profession, more likely to stay in their profession. And Meg alluded this morning to the fact that we have a huge retention problem in midwifery. So, you know, if you can do anything that maintains your interest and develops the care that we give, then that's got to be good. So during your professional life, it's really, really important that you know the evidence and that you use it in your practice. And that's just being able to talk to women, giving women informed choice and knowing what the arguments for and against choices for them are. Here, as I've already alluded to the fact that the team are really into research and we do a lot of work here. Your whole education will be based on evidence, and you'll learn how to evaluate what's out there. So there's some research out there that is just not good research, and being able to read it, you know, when you're quite junior, you think, well, it was published, so it must be good, it must be true, and actually that's not necessarily the case. So an example of that would be there's a device called the fetal pillow, which helps deliver the impacted fetal head at caesarean section, and that has been around for about 15 years now, and recently some of the studies that have meant that a lot of hospitals have introduced that in their care have stopped using it now, the Lar McEwen Hospital in Northern Adelaide being one of them. We also need to engage in creating the evidence, and therefore it is highly likely that during your time as a student and also as a midwife, you will see patients, women and families who are taking part in research, or they might know about research. Now, I know from having recruited loads of women to different clinical trials over time, that if someone clinically says to them, or if they say to a student or to their midwife, oh, I've been asked to do this research, if that person says, oh, you're going to be a guinea pig, or oh, what do you want to do that for? They won't do it. They'll go, oh no, that's okay. So you have huge power, especially with the women that you see. As I said this morning, a lot of women who come through our fragmented healthcare system during their pregnancy, labour, birth and postnatal period, you as a student are probably going to be their continuity. So they will rely on you. So you don't have to know about it. When I worked in London, we had 67 ongoing clinical trials in pregnancy. So the clinical staff couldn't possibly know about all of them. So we used to say to them, oh, Jess, oh yeah, have a chat about it. Oh, come back and talk to me about it. I'll discuss it with you. It broadens your ideas, but it also helps the women make an informed decision. And if someone says, oh, I'm doing research, one of the staff out in one of the venues when you're on a placement, say, can you tell me about that? Learn about it, because it's much easier. Research is a really dry subject to be taught. So if you can think about the research methodologies around a clinical trial and around people, it kind of becomes a bit more lifelike. And it's really disappointing that in Australia today, only 80% of all the guidelines we use have the highest quality evidence. So most of them are done on consensus opinion. We've always done it that way, and you'll hear people say that. So we need to redress that balance. So we're doing things that are for a real reason, and we've got the evidence to underpin it. And I really love this phrase, and I know Meg said this morning that as a midwife you'll make a difference to a woman at her birth, and she'll never forget you. And Claire Singh was my matron in London, and she's now a lecturer, midwifery lecturer. She's course coordinator, so she's Meg's equivalent at King's at the moment. And I interviewed her for a research matron's position, and she said this quote, which was, as a midwife I can make a difference to one woman, one baby, one family at a time, but as a research midwife I have the potential to improve outcomes for a whole generation. And I think if we all have a bit of that in our thoughts, we can really move forward, both to improve the care for our patients, but also for our profession. And these are just some of the babies, because I know 10% of what we do is around babies, but let's face it, we all love a baby. So these are all babies whose mothers were recruited to different studies. The family at the bottom, Sue and Tim, had lost 4 babies between 24 and 29 weeks before they came to us, and their boys are much older than that now. And the little baby there in this corner at 2 months, that baby weighed 290 grams when he was born, and in the dragon costume. He had Chinese parents who dressed him up a lot, but he's about 8 months old in the dragon costume, and he's now at school. So so these are just some of the little babies. They were all born preterm, but they've all thrived thanks to the research that we were able to do. And now I'm going to hand over.
Does anyone have any questions?
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, sorry.
So will you be working with us on like doing classes, or will you more be overseeing everything?
So I have a research-only position. I'm just incredibly lucky. As Meg said this morning, she and Liz both have balanced positions, so a bit of teaching and a bit of research. And the other members of the team are teaching only, and I'm research only. But I meddle, so I like to get involved with particularly the research topic, which you're coordinating now, aren't you? Liz McNeil is coordinating. So I just like to put the bones on it, but you will see things out in practice. And if you think, why do they do it like that? This is a good question. You guys, you know what happens on the ground. So come and talk to us, and we can talk it through. Sorry, I wasn't sure. Does someone have their hand up over here, or no? And my office isn't with the rest. I'm up in the north wing on the 3rd floor. So if you come looking for me, they'll have to send for me because I don't live with them. There you go.
Thanks, Anna. All right, now I'm going to hand over to Leonie, who's going to give you a bit of a rundown of what she's done in her amazing career and where midwifery can take you.
Thank you.
Too many decisions, Leonie.
Oh dear. Okay, is that gonna work? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to talk about myself. So sorry about that, but at least I guess you're going to get to know a few things that have changed in midwifery over a long period of time, and also different ways you can actually be a midwife. And so I started my career in Whyalla, beautiful Whyalla, if you like red and dirt, and I did nursing first because in those days we had to do nursing before we could become a midwife. And then I became a registered nurse and was working in accident and emergency, and decided that I really needed to get out of Whyalla and I needed to do midwifery. Now, not for the right reasons. I wasn't going to go and do midwifery because my philosophy was that I wanted to really promote normal birth and be with women. I wanted to do midwifery because I wanted another certificate in nursing, which is a really wrong reason to do midwifery. But in those days, I didn't know any better, and I went off as a 21-year-old to do midwifery. And I went to Sydney, and I had a really steep learning curve, not only in midwifery, but in life. I was living in Paddington, in the nurses' home in Paddington, Royal Women's, and I'd come from Whyalla. I didn't even know how to go down an escalator. I remember standing in the city, which I could walk to the city in Sydney from Paddington, and I remember standing there ready to cross the road and looking up at a sign and it said no standing, and I thought, oh, I can't stand here. And it was, for cars. So I was very naive, and I did have a very quick growth into womanhood and life, really. And so I did midwifery, and I don't know that I still got it, to tell you the truth. And so I ended up going back to Whyalla in my car, my little Honda. I drove all the way back to Whyalla, and because I was going to take up my old job as a sister in A&E, and I was there 5 days and thought, oh my God, I can't come back to Whyalla. So I got back in my car and drove back to Sydney, and then found a friend from Midwifery and said, can I have accommodation for a couple of nights? And she said, yeah, there's someone because they were in this great big terrace house, there's someone that's doing night duty. And so you can sleep in their bed while they're at work, and then they'll hop into... And honestly, that bed never got cold. And so then I went into RPA and asked for a job, which you could do in those days. Isn't that weird? You could walk into a hospital and say, I'm here, give me a job. And they said actually they needed someone in NICU. So neonatal intensive care in those days was mostly staffed by midwives. And it was usually in maternity hospital. So I started working in NICU, and I actually thought, hey, this is me. I like this intensivist sort of stuff. You know, the adrenaline-fueled shift, and, you know, I loved it. And so I went off and I did neonatal intensive care course, and did a bit of travelling. So I went around New Zealand, and eventually I found Wellington. And in Wellington was my future husband as well as my future job. And they offered me a position as an educator in Wellington's neonatal intensive care unit. And I quickly became the manager there because I was the only one that had the neonatal intensive care course. And so I was very pleased to get out of that green uniform. So the fact that I could be a manager and wear blue was brilliant. I didn't like the green uniforms, so I always thought they looked like cleaners. Anyway, I think I must have said something fairly witty here. Not that, you know, I have a wit, but he seems to be smiling at me, so, or it's something I said. Anyway, who knows? But it was a great job managing the unit, and because I was supernumerary, I was able to go off and pick up babies from all over New Zealand. Well, basically the top of the South Island and the bottom of the North Island, and bring them back to Wellington, and where we would look after them and then send them off again. So that was a fun job. And this picture down the bottom, that was hilarious, because I got sent off to pick up this baby, and that when I got there, it wasn't a neonate. It was actually a child that was a year old and didn't fit in my incubator and was fully ventilated. So I had to take the seats out of the helicopter and turn them around so that I could administer drugs, and the baby had to be on the doctor's lap, and I had to reconfigure the incubator so that I could ventilate the baby on the doctor's lap. So that was interesting. It was a very interesting flight for other reasons as well. That helicopter kept on veering off in the wrong direction all the time, and we had to fly really low because the baby had a head injury. And we were going through the Rimatukas. I don't know if any of you know New Zealand at all, but it's mountains like this, and we were flying down the middle and veering off to the right and the left, and thank God I was just really busy with that baby, because the next day that helicopter, whatever was going wrong with it, went wrong with it, and it had to land in the centre of Wellington in a little, like, metre square, I'm exaggerating, grass patch in the middle of Wellington. So we were very lucky. But anyway, it was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed it, but then I thought I needed to go back and do a bit of education. So these pictures, what they mean. Okay, this picture here is of the cable car in Wellington. Has anyone been on the cable car in Wellington? It goes up to Victoria University, and I started a Bachelor of Science up there. And it looks really flat, but it is like that, honestly. It's straight up a mountain. And so I started a Bachelor of Science, and that was a lot of fun. I was really enjoying it. But then the mortgage rates went up to around 18%, and I had to go back into work full time. And this picture here is a view from our house, and as you can imagine, most places in Wellington have a view because we're all on the side of a mountain, and yeah, it's just really beautiful, and it was I think it was worth that mortgage rate, but it was just a lovely place to live, and I really wanted to finish my BSc, but I never did. And so I went back into midwifery, and I was really lucky that I went back into midwifery at the right time. So this was in the late 1980s and just before the 1990 law change. So does anyone know of what happened in 1990 in New Zealand? Well, there was a law change, and it meant that midwives one day were not able to do a birth without a doctor present, and the next day they had full prescribing rights, so they could prescribe any drugs, they could birth the women anywhere, they had their whole scope of practice changed. They could order tests, they had direct referral rights, and overnight midwives had to then retrain themselves so that they could get out there and provide this kind of care. And it was all paid through the government as well, and all of a sudden midwives could actually get paid the same rate that GPs got paid for doing maternity care. So it was a massive change, and I was so pleased I was all caught up in it, except I then went on and had my first baby in 1991, and that was, I'm not saying except because, it was wonderful, but it meant that I was stuck in the hospital system, and all the midwives had left to go into their own private practice. And so what my practice was like was that I was in this hospital directing traffic, because midwives brought the women in, and then, I was just saying, oh, you go in that room, and you go in that room, and we'll set up that theatre, and, it really wasn't what I wanted to do as a midwife. So when my son was about 8 months old, I went out and formed a private practice myself, and we called ourselves Midwives Naturally. So that sort of tells you the kind of births we were doing. And this is my colleagues down the bottom. That's me, Helen and Rosie, and I think Susan must have been taking the picture. That was in an antenatal class that we were running. But we advertised on the backs of toilet doors so that people could sit on the loo in the shopping centre and see our little sign and call us if they found out they were pregnant. And on billboards, on community boards, in the yellow pages. We even had a segment in a radio station called Active 89 FM, where, and that was the university radio station, and we would have this segment and we would answer all these questions on sexual health, pregnancy, birth, all of that sort of stuff, and at the same time advertise our service. So it was a really fun way of working. Women would call us when they thought they were pregnant or when they knew they were pregnant. And I say thought because we had pregnancy tests as well, so we might go around and do a pregnancy test. And they would interview us. And if they liked us, they would keep us. And if they didn't, they would interview someone else. Or they might interview 4 people and choose someone. And then we would follow them throughout their pregnancy, and they would call us when they were in labour. We'd go to their home, and then we would decide what we were going to do. So they had the choice of transferring into hospital or the birth centre or staying there and having their baby. And if they had decided that they would just stay at home, which they often did because, who wants to move in labour, I'd just get my gear out of my car and call in the second midwife. So it was an amazing way to work, and we looked after them for 6 weeks after the birth. And it didn't matter if they'd had 6 babies, it was still 6 weeks after the birth. And then we would hand the paperwork over to what was called the Plunket nurse, and she was the community family and baby nurse. So it was a lot of fun, and I did that for a few years. I had 3 children during that time, and as you can see with these little heads down here, that was at Rotorua on their way a little holiday that we had before we went back to Sydney. And these are two of my births. I haven't got the third one on there because I was on my hands and knees, and I don't think you need to see my backside. But all born at home with continuity of care. So we went from this beautiful Wellington, gorgeous place. Ever get a chance to go, but do take lots of jumpers, to the Blue Mountains. That's Jelly Bean Pool, where we actually live quite close to that pool. And when I got back to Sydney, I actually didn't feel I could practice in the way that I wanted to practice. In those days, now this was in the 90s, people were still thinking that midwives were nurses. Being able to provide continuity of care was quite rare. And so I got myself a little job up the mountains on night duty, and I did my own thing up there and had lots of beautiful births, and that was a lot of fun. And then I found out that Ryde, which is another small hospital in the centre of Sydney though, was going to start a midwifery group practice. And so I got myself a job there and started talking to people about how they could work providing midwifery continuity of care. And so it was a fun time because it was the early days of midwifery continuity of care, and we were the first freestanding birth centre in Australia that provided midwifery continuity of care. And the funny thing about that was that the doctors didn't like that. They all left because they were supposed to support us, but then they decided they weren't going to, and that left us not knowing if we'd be able to continue trying to get this practice up and running, until this beautiful woman here, Michelle, who was our consumer rep, told this group of people that it wouldn't worry her if she couldn't have an epidural at Ryde, because she knew her midwives would just transfer her if she needed it. And so that's how we got to become a freestanding birth centre, and of course we had to do risk assessments, and we set up the first national midwifery guidelines for consultation and referral to support our practice. That was in 2004, and we're now up to the 4th edition. And yeah, good. And but it was, it was an interesting time because, this is me in the paper of the Australian, and it was called Battlefield Birth because, us midwives were taking births away from doctors, for God's sake. And this down here was a local paper clip that was about a surgeon. It was called Hospital Rot. And the surgeon said that he wouldn't let his cat have kittens at Ryde because, these dangerous midwives are there. And, what cat would have kittens in a hospital anyway? But, it's a very silly comment. But we ended up with the best stats in New South Wales and were voted alongside of Wyong Hospital, which was also a freestanding birth centre that was set up after us, as the best postnatal care in New South Wales. So, we did well. Unfortunately, it got closed down during COVID to make a COVID ward that it was never used for. So that was a bit of a shame. But we did a lot of beautiful, beautiful births. And this is actually a friend of mine who's a midwife, but she had her babies at Ryde and then after it closed down, had home births. And so we did a lot of water births, and women would go in, open up the place when a woman was coming in, get the aircon on to warm, fill up the pool, get the aromatherapy going, put the soft music on, and then the woman would come in with soft lights and just have a baby. It was so much fun. And then she'd go home, we'd clean up the place and then see her in the morning because she would go home 4 hours after the birth. It was wonderful, wonderful way to work. And during that time, I did my Masters of Midwifery, and I also did my endorsement, so that means that you can prescribe as a midwife in Australia. And I then, after 12 years of practicing that way, decided that I needed to have more longevity in my career because I was finding I was getting tired. As a freestanding birth centre, we supported each other. So instead of just being woken in the night for one birth a week, like most MGP midwives do, I was getting woken twice to be support for another midwife as well as for my own women. And so I was finding it was taking me, because I was getting older, and sometimes the births were long, and we had to clean up afterwards and, you know, have the place ready for the next birth. I was finding it was taking me about 3 days to recover at that stage. And so I would feel like I was getting my head up above water and then I'd be hit with another wave. And so I knew if I wanted to keep going as a midwife for as long as I wanted to, that I would have to find a different way of being a midwife. And so I went off and did my Masters of Research. And this is me graduating from my Masters of Research. Midwifery Preparation for Practice. Anyone got that textbook yet? Yes? Well, if you remember the editors on that book, this is Sally Tracy and this is Hannah Darlin. So I've been lucky enough to have them as supervisors. And this is the paper I published after my Masters of Research, and then I got to be able to co-author a chapter of Midwifery Preparation for Practice as well. So good things come out of study. Anyone seen One Born Every Minute? Yep. Yeah. So I went to Westmead and worked as a clinical midwife consultant there, and we were filming One Born Every Minute while I was there. It was a bit scary because, you know, we just didn't know what was going to happen, what was going to end up on film. But, you know, nothing terrible did, thank God. But yeah, it was a fun time to be there, and these are all people that I worked with, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was there for 5 years as a midwife consultant, and while I was there I set up some models of care and helped get home birth going through Westmead, and set up a model of care that was based in the community where women got their own midwife. So yeah, it was a fun time. And then I came to McLaren Vale. And so I came here a couple of years ago, finished my PhD, did it by publication, and I've been working at Flinders for a year now, just over a year, and I found out yesterday that I've actually passed my PhD. So I think, you know, what I'm trying to say today is you can do just about anything with midwifery, and it can help you realise your dreams. You can take midwifery anywhere because midwives are needed everywhere. You can work in the home, in hospitals, community centres, universities and the ministry. You can be providing public or private services in metropolitan, rural or remote locations. You can be educators, researchers, policymakers, managers, and of course, all important clinicians, which is what you guys are going to be doing. So enjoy the adventure. Thank you.
Don't really know how to back up from that. Pressure. All right, let me just get this PowerPoint sort of again. It's going to take a little while to load. Okay, so some more fun stuff to go through. So this is some of the really essential stuff. So there's been a couple of questions when we came back from lunch about the uniform and when you need to wear it. So I did mention that when you're in the clinical lab space, so when I refer to the clinical lab space, and a lot of this jargon that we use will become clearer as the weeks go on, but the clinical lab space is actually our simulated hospital environment. So if you haven't seen that before and you want to stay around for a bit of a tour, I will take you over there. So any time in your timetable it says a lab session or an intensive session, that is, your TC doesn't suggest as a theory-based intensive, you're required to wear your uniform. So that will become clearer. So whenever you're in that clinical space, so the simulated clinical space, you will be required to wear your uniform. If you're coming for a tutorial, a lecture, or a theory-based intensive, you don't need to wear your uniform. You can wear what you're wearing now or something different, so you see these. So I just wanted to clarify that. So in the labs, that is, basically the simulated hospital environment, you are required to wear it. And then also when you go out to placement or engaging with your continuity of care episodes. Does that make it clear? Is there anyone else with any burning questions right now that I can answer? Not yet?
Does that mean for bio? Because I know that a few people, we've got a Facebook group with some of the students in it. People have been saying for human bio, we don't need to wear our scrubs, do we?
No, you don't. You don't. So that's a theory-based topic. So really it's only, at the moment, it will be 1101 or 1102. So with those topics, which is on the TC for, we have a tutorial. So the RNs have an online tutorial. For the undergrads, you have an in-person tutorial on campus. You don't need to wear your uniform for those. Okay. Then we've got lab sessions on the Wednesday. We've got a lab session on the Wednesday afternoon, 2 on Thursday and 2 on Friday. So you would have been allocated to one of those. They're the times when you need to wear your uniform. But as we suggested earlier, obviously in the first couple of weeks you may not have your uniform. So just wear black pants if you've got them, or at least just something comfortable that covers you up and covers your feet. Because we will be using stuff from the get-go. So you will be engaging in clinical-based hands-on stuff from next week. Okay, so just to make that clear. So anything that's theory-based, you don't actually have to wear your uniform. Now, there might be that you've got a theory subject on the same day as your lab, in which case you'd probably wear your uniform. So you say you've got a human bioscience, sorry, I'm just having to flick through this PowerPoint again to get to see us all again. You might have a theory-based human bioscience lecture or a tutorial in the morning, but you've got a lab in the afternoon. So yes, you will need to wear your uniform. Does that make it clear? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, go. That's what we're here for.
You know how there's a long weekend coming up? Obviously, there's no classes on the Monday. Some of mine are like conflicting on Thursday. Is one of them recorded that we can catch up on? Like, do we just pick one to go to?
Is that between the theory topic and the clinical topic?
No, it's the human bias
and
the professional.
Okay. Contact the TCs, so the topic coordinators for those topics, and they'll be able to guide you on what's the best option. Okay. We have had a few queries about that. Most of the timetabling issues we've been able to sort, but there's still a few like that and it's all to do with public holidays. They're really painful. I mean, they're great. Don't get me wrong. I'll take them, but they can be painful in terms of timetabling. Is there anyone else that's got any questions? I'll have more time for questions at the end. But is there anything else you wanted to ask? Look, I'm acknowledging so much that this is a huge amount of information, and I thank you so much for your patience and for bearing with us, and it's so great to see so many of you still here. So now really is just to go through some of the more generic stuff at the university. So we've talked a lot about the course, and then there'll be a little bit more related to midwifery after this. But some of this... What's wrong? Oh, hello.
I'm just adding on to the question someone had before. If you missed a class for some reason, would you be able to access the content from that class somewhere?
Yeah, so if it's generally speaking, there's with every topic should be an equivalent online that you could do your prep and stuff and your readings, and then you go into the class. Anything that's offered online or is delivered generally may have a recording with it that you can watch back later. You just need to check with the individual topics. So those that are offered by health sciences, it's going to be slightly different to us. Now, if you are not able to, so for our topic, so for 1101 or 1102, all the content will be delivered online, so you can work through all the content. But the tutorials then back that up by having a discussion. So if you miss the tutorial, it's not the end of the world, although I would strongly advise that you come. So they're not compulsory. What are compulsory are the lab sessions. You have to come to those. And that's part of our accreditation, that we need to be sure that we're sending you out to placement fully equipped with all the knowledge and the skill base in order for you to succeed and engage in things. And from our accreditation perspective, the guiding principle is keeping the public safe. So in order to do that, we're required to actually make sure that you're safe to go out to practice. So in answer to your question, if you can't come to tutorials, there's often a way to make those up, either by listening to something online or reading through the content online or doing your readings, touching base with those who have been able to come to the tutorial. If it's a lab session and you're unwell, that's fair enough. We don't want you to come because we don't want everybody sick, including the staff. So there are times when there's extenuating circumstances and you can't come. You just need to let the TC know, provide evidence of why you're not there, and then we can generally make that session up. So either we can offer you another class, so add you to another class on another day, or if there's no other class that's available that week, we can often then touch base with you the next week. So generally we have enough staff that we can do a one-to-one session with skills. The other way that we manage that is we also use scaffolding. So scaffolding is basically, you think about a foundation and keep building on it. So each week of the course of the topics are basically backing up what we've done the week before. So we'll often go back to the skill or back to the similar scenario that we've already looked at the previous week, and so you get another opportunity. So it's always that thing, practice makes perfect. So it's the same in midwifery. We don't just do things once, we do it on and on and on, and again and again and again. So that's kind of the way we work it. Now, I understand that life gets in the way. Life happens, shit happens, we get it. So I guess it's that I really want to emphasise, keep in touch with your topic coordinators and me and the rest of the team to let us know how you're going, because things do happen and we understand that, and we can make adjustments and changes as need be. Anybody else got any question? I think the more people ask questions, the more questions that come, and then you'll probably walk out of here today and go, oh, I wish I had asked that. That's okay, we'll have more opportunities for you to ask questions, but don't be afraid to put your hand up during this part, because this is very generic. So there's been a couple of questions about the Wi-Fi here. So has everyone got their fan? So you need your fan in order to access the actual Wi-Fi here. So you're looking for the network EduRoam, and then you use your fan as your username, and then whatever you created as your password. And that should then allow you to access the Wi-Fi network. Now, interestingly, pretty much every university you kind of access, you might be in town, they all have EduRoam and it will actually work. So you might be sitting in the city, and if you connected your phone to the Wi-Fi here, you might find that your phone will actually connect to the EduRoam network in the city because of the university, I guess, the masses of university space and buildings in the city. So if you have any issues, IT are your people, but there's also a link here that you can access if you need to. So new students, obviously some of you have been here for a little bit, maybe done some theory and have just come back, or you've taken some time off. But for the majority of you, this is maybe the first time you've been on a university campus or been involved. There's lots and lots of information. So if you're feeling lost, as Mel said earlier, reach out to us, but there's a whole lot of information online that you can access. So these are just some of the ways you can access information, and the website can often be really difficult to navigate. My suggestion to you is, rather than searching in the website itself, actually search in a search engine. So put Flinders at the beginning and then whatever you want to find out, and it will normally pull up the page that you need to find the information. Actually using the search engine in our website as such is actually really not useful. So that's probably a better option. You can also call Flinders Connect, so that's that number at the bottom, and they can also assist you if you have any issues. The other really good contact is Ask Flinders at flinders.edu.au. They're for things like change in study plans, enrolment issues and things like that. And as I mentioned earlier, I am also often the one that initiates that, so you can contact me as well. Student ID cards, some of you may already have them. If you don't, you can order them. So if you go to flinders.octa.com and then the app and then the user home, and you can work through and order your ID card. You can also go up to the main campus and actually have it done on the spot if you choose to. You will need those both for placement and also as evidence, particularly with exams and things like that. So really important to have it. And also for using your photocopying and things like that on site. Yep. No, but this one's more of your student ID card. So especially if you're getting like reduced rates on public transport and things like that, they put a sticker on it to say that you're a current student of Flinders and all of that jazz. So if you haven't already got that, work towards that. Generally what happens, you need to be issued with your FAN first before they can issue you with your ID card. So just ensure that you've got all your FAN sorted out before you actually go and request that. So enrolment. So I would hope that most of you, given that you're here, are enrolled at least in the first semester. Yeah? Anyone having any enrolment issues? No?
I couldn't enroll in topic and I emailed us.
Ask Flinders?
Yeah, and they enrolled me straight away.
Great. So perfect example, they will help you. Has anyone not enrolled in second semester topics? Okay. I would encourage you to do so if you can. Now the reason being is that that actually helps us with staffing. It also helps us with space. And it also gives us an idea as to the number of students we're going to have and also placement allocation. So it's more of a logistical matter for us in terms of that. Now, it doesn't mean you have to do the topic. You can certainly unenroll if you choose not to go forth and do second semester for any given reason or change your study plan. And we've got some specific dates around when you might need to unenroll from that, but certainly it does help us with our loads. We call it load in terms of how many students we've actually got at any given time. So if you could do that, that would be fab. If you need any assistance with that, again, ask Flinders or you can contact me and I can talk you through that. Question? Are you all right? So yeah, do that if you can. So getting familiar with the online learning environment, I think most of the time we think about you guys as the generation that are IT savvy, but let me tell you that the university systems, I've worked with a lot of university systems, they're not always easy to navigate. So spend some time getting to know how to access everything and knowing where things are. So Flinders Learning Online, or like what we otherwise call Flow, is actually, we changed to a new learning management system. So for those of you who might have been in the university for the last couple of years, you'll know that we've moved from what we call Moodle, which is another learning management system, to Canvas. And some of the changes with that created a few issues. So Canvas is quite functional. There's lots of great things about it, but it actually can be a bit of a minefield when you get in it. So spend some time just flicking through. Can't really break anything. But it's worthwhile having a play. There's also some modules to teach you how to get into all the different things, how to submit your assessments and things like that. But that's some of the stuff that I will go through in the first topic to help you, to show you where things are. So I'll give you a quick tour of that. The topics always open 7 days before the first day or the first week of teaching. So that means that all of the topics that you're enrolled in are now open now. So has everyone been able to access the topics? Anyone not gone into the topics yet? And it's not to point you out, it's just say they are open, you can access them and go in and have a look. By about week 3, we start to go in there and see how often you've accessed the topics, and if there is any issue, we will then reach out to you. So if we can see that you haven't been accessing it, or there might be some issues with access, or you haven't addressed any of the content, we will reach out to you and see if you're okay. There's also an orientation planner that can help you with the kinds of resources, textbooks and stuff that you will need, and you can access that at your leisure. Scholarships. Often people think that when they think of scholarships that you have to be a top performing student in order to apply or to be successful. That's not the case. So there's lots and lots of scholarships across the university that can help with all things placement, living, you name it, they're there. So go in and have a look and see whether there's anything that you might think you want to apply for that might be helpful. So that's the link there, and you never know. Any bit of money is a good thing. Transport. You might recall right at the beginning of the day I said parking is a bit of a problem when we get to the first part of the first semester, or every semester. In those first couple of weeks as everyone's coming, and then the attendance tends to drop off. It's just the way it goes. But yeah, parking is through, if you go into your Okta, does everyone know what Okta is and accessed it? There is actually a thing called V-Permit where you can actually then pay for your parking through there. And there's a set fee for that. So you do have to pay for it, sadly. The train actually now comes down to Flinders Medical Centre, and then you can walk across. So really accessible. The bus, it's about 40 minutes from the CBD, so if you do catch public transport, it comes onto campus. And then there is also a free loop bus that goes between Tonsley, main campus and us. So you can just jump on that for free. They run every 10 minutes or so, but in both directions. And there's actually a timetable that you can look at if you want to, but really you just need to go and stand at the bus stop. You literally go out this door here at the right and then walk down to where it's at the car park 13. So a bus shelter, you just sit there and wait, and then the next one comes within 5 minutes. So if you don't really want to do the walk actually to main campus is really nice. If you want to get fit. Security is 24 hours a day on site. So if there is any issue, say you've been here late and you want to be chaperoned to your car, which is not a bad idea, you can always call them and ask them to do that. So they'll come to you. If you get locked in the building or locked out of the building and you need to access it, you can call them and they will come running. If there's any emergency, they will come. So they will generally come with any emergency, including if we have anyone face plant in the labs, which is a common occurrence. And so they will often come and save the day. And they're actually located on main campus near the library. Safety. Obviously, your safety is of utmost importance to all of us. So harassment, sexual harassment or any kind of abuse is not tolerated. That goes between students, from staff to students and from students to staff and from anybody in the community actually. So if there's anything that you notice or you've been subjected to, you need to escalate it. And so there is a line and access to those services should you need to do that. Student Learning Support Service, again, provides you with in-person, online access to workshops to assist you with academic skills, study resources, planning, all of that kind of stuff that you might, as things get busy, you might need that additional support. So you can certainly access that if you need to, so online, or they are actually located on this level in the library if you need any support. Library. There's obviously a library here on campus. There's also one on the main campus. You can access either the library online. Has everyone now been able to do that and know how to do it? Again, we will talk through some of that. You can obviously access textbooks. Now, some of the textbooks we actually use in Midwifery are published by Elsevier, and they have a really strange kind of subscription things. So there's only a handful of copies of some of the textbooks that we use regularly. So Midwifery Preparation for Practice that Leonie was referring to is one of those. That it only has, I think, 5 copies that you can access. And so if 5 people are using it, you need to wait until it becomes available. There are so many copies around the place. I would even suggest if you can't afford or don't want to buy a textbook, or you don't want to buy the newest edition, the first edition is absolutely fine. I've got every edition, and they change a little bit, but not to the extent or degree that you would be too concerned if you read something. So anything you can get your hands on is actually worthwhile. But most of the time, us as the TCs will actually provide resources that don't require you to spend any money. So we use a lot of the clinical environment documentation, the perinatal practice guidelines, which guide practice out in the clinical environment, and we will create resources for you. So a lot of the stuff you won't need to actually buy. A lot of wellbeing support. So obviously Mel came in today and talked a little bit about the service that she offers and that her team offers, but there's obviously lots and lots of things around the campus that you can access. So one of them is Better You, and so you can scan that QR code. Oh my gosh, QR code. If you wanted to, as I said, I will send this around to you so you can access these services if you choose to. There's also the health counselling and disability services that Mel alluded to, so they can help you seeing a doctor or a nurse. You can go and see a counsellor. Now that could be for anything. Often it's study related or things that are happening in your personal life that are impacting on your study, and they can assist you to work with us to make reasonable adjustments and any other things that might be valuable to you. The other thing is access plans. If you already have one or think you may need one, make an appointment now. So basically what happens with an access plan is they will have a conversation with you about your individual situation. They'll create a plan which then you can share with each topic coordinator, and they will make reasonable adjustments in line with whatever has been discussed with you. So that's things like extensions on assignments, additional time in exams, changes to labs, all those kinds of things that might be helpful and to your success. There's also the Oasis Student Wellbeing Centre. As I mentioned, there's no kind of shortage of resources about. So again, you can hit that QR code at some point and have a look at those services there. If anyone's actually enrolled as an international student, there's actually an international student services. They meet regularly. They have a whole lot of resources, so check that out as well. So again, heaps of services. And then Young Corinthi, which is for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students who need additional support. They offer tutoring, advocacy, social events, support with finances, accommodation, etc. They're actually located up on the main campus, and there's a couple of them here as well. So really helpful for working with us. I've done a lot of work with them in recent years to support students to succeed. Career, obviously many of you probably aren't even thinking about that right now, but there's also career services here. So as you get towards the end of your degree, you can start thinking about jobs that are available. So the career service here is actually really good at keeping on top of what jobs are available out there. And even in second year, there's opportunities to be employed as an assistant in midwifery at some of the hospitals. So you basically reduced responsibility, but you actually get to work in midwifery as an assistant and get paid for it. So we often will act as referees for that because we know you, we know your clinical abilities, and we can speak to that. And I'm actually in the process of filling in a referee report at the moment for a student who's applied for one. So keep that in mind. So there's a whole website that actually provides you with access to jobs. Obviously, we're here at O Week orientation, so make the most of it. I know it's nearly done, but get to know the campus, get to know your way around. It is in kind of a square, so north, south, east, west. It's once you get to know it, it's relatively easy to navigate here. But often finding your way to the first class or the first lab is pretty challenging. So there is a module online that talks about finding your way and where to go if you need anything. But there'll be lots of people around, so just ask someone. So O Week finishes tomorrow. So there's been lots going on. Has anyone attended any other day this week? Yeah? Has it been good? I don't know, I haven't been out. So there's a few things going on. The free lunches and lots of face painting and stuff like that. I was going to do that yesterday but ran out of time. And then next week is Connect Week. So basically the first week of teaching where we engage with you and start to get you into university life. There's a few activities that are going on. It'll be pretty busy, I think, if the first week, bless you. But if you've got time, there's live music, DJs and plaza picnic and quiz night. You can test your knowledge. And then these are the key dates. And I really want to highlight these. So obviously we've got O Week this week. We've got the first week of classes next week, which is Connect Week. The last day to enrol in topics is actually the 14th of March, so that's first semester based. And then the most important date for you all is census date. Does everyone know what census date means? So it's the last day to unenroll before you will be penalised financially. Okay, so basically if you're paying up front or you're putting it on HEX or whatever, this is the last day that you can unenroll without having to pay for the topic. There are other ways that we can unenroll you if you've got extenuating circumstances. It's called a remission of fees, but this is the best way to ensure you don't get charged for a topic that you won't do. So keep that 4th of April in mind. If you do decide that midwifery is not for you after the first weeks that are happening, this is the date that you've got to be mindful of. The next date that's most important is if you do go past that 4th of April date, the last day to withdraw without failure, so if you withdraw after that date, you automatically get a withdrawal fail put against your transcript, is the 16th of May. Okay, so these are really important dates. Semester 1 examinations really don't apply to you all, really, from the midwifery perspective, because we really cut down on the numbers of exams that we do, like written exams, so there's only a couple within the course. We do more clinically based examinations where you're demonstrating skills, as I talked about before. So I think human bioscience does still have one in there. I'm not sure. But from our perspective, we've really, really cut down on the numbers of exams. We want to be able to see you demonstrate it rather than just rote learn and write it down on a piece of paper. So that's where we've gone away from it. So the exam thing might be relevant, it may not. So top tips, visit Canvas if you haven't already, and most of you have indicated that you have. Keep an eye out for ping. I actually don't know what that is, but okay. Follow our socials. If you're a social person and you want to be on there, I don't really do socials. My kids call me Facebook mum because I'm still on Facebook, so apparently that's not the in thing anymore. And then if you want to join FUSA, so Flinders University Student Association, and then don't be afraid to ask for help. So as I've mentioned multiple times today, if you're really in need of support, please come and reach out to us earlier rather than later. Okay, you might recognise these two people. Yes, that's me, and that's Liz standing next to me. So this was at a conference in Perth a good few years ago now. So I have different colour hair. They were in the days when my hair used to be all different colours. It tends to stay the same, lots of grey these days rather than any other colour. And we were actually attending the Australian College of Midwives conference, and it actually had passion in big letters. So, of course, me being an idiot, the I am sat in the O, someone took a photo of me. The reason why I put this up was just, it reminded me of some of the really amazing relationships that I've built in midwifery, and conferences are often a really great place to do that. I think when you're starting out as a student, you feel like everybody that's made a name for themselves in midwifery is so untouchable. They feel like so far away from you that you can't even engage with them. So some of the things that, when we go to conferences and some of the activities that the Australian College of Midwives offer really break down those barriers. So this was one of those conferences where I went, these people are just people and I can go and speak to them. And so I've made some amazing friends and colleagues across Australia as a result of engaging in this kind of stuff. So, I was probably in my element right there. What I want to do now is share. So normally I would get someone else to come and speak on behalf of ACM because you've been sick of hearing from me all day. As the branch chair, I love to talk about ACM and what it can provide you. Unfortunately, everybody is really busy at the moment, so you're stuck with me. I'm sorry. So I've been the branch chair now. I'm in my 4th year. And as I mentioned before that, I was the National Midwifery Advisor for the Australian College of Midwives. The Australian College of Midwives is different to the ANMF. Does anyone know what the ANMF is? Australian Nursing and Midwifery Foundation Federation. So the ANMF is actually the industrial body, so the union. ACM is actually our professional body, so it's an organisation that speaks on behalf of midwives, for midwives, and obviously for then the care that midwives provide. So it's a national body, was federated a couple of years ago, so every jurisdiction in Australia used to be separate and now we're all as one. So we have a national office and then we have branches around Australia that actually speak on behalf of midwifery and advocate for midwifery as a profession. So a lot of what I do outside of this place is also midwifery related. I live and breathe it and dream it, and to a point that my husband will often think he's a pseudo midwife and will wake me up in the middle of the night and ask me why he's thinking about meconium stain liquor, and I'm like, I don't know, because you're weird. And so it becomes part of everything that you do. So for me, it is my absolute passion. I don't see this as work. I see it as something that I love, and it's really easy for me to do every day. So it just flowed on that if I'm so passionate about it, I need to be in the space to be able to advocate and make change. And we've made some really, really big changes as an organisation, both at the jurisdictional level here in South Australia, but also on a national level. And you may have seen some of those changes recently in the budget announcements. I'm not going to talk too much about that because there's a video that I'm just about to play that's going to talk about that. And one of those that's going to affect you is the PrAC payments. So has everyone heard about that? So the government is now committed to paying or funding placements, so providing you with a payment if you're eligible, because they understand what we call placement poverty. Because if you're not able to work while you're on placement and you're not getting paid during that time, it actually becomes really difficult to maintain your life. So that was one of the things that we advocated for strongly, and fortunately has become a reality, which hopefully you all will be able to, use and utilise. The other thing is we have been fighting, so Leonie talked a little bit about being endorsed, which means you can prescribe medications as a midwife, and there's lots of work going on in that space and talking about extension or actually fulfilment of our entire scope of practice, which we as midwives in Australia haven't necessarily been able to do. So there's been recently a scope of practice review, and one of the things that was really inhibiting our ability to work autonomously as a midwife was the lack of insurance product in Australia to actually support particularly home birth with a privately practising midwife. So privately practising midwives are those that work in the community. They basically run a business themselves and they're not attached to an actual institution. So they provide private midwifery services. Now, in order to work as a privately practising midwife and to get insurance, you have to be endorsed. So it's very complex. And what was happening is we didn't have an insurance product that actually covered midwives to provide home birth services, so we've been under an exemption. So one of the things that ACM has been able to do is actually to advocate for an insurance product, which is awesome. And Leonie talked about the National Consultation and Referral Guidelines just a minute ago, and they're basically to inform our practice, and you'll get to know those over the next few years as you engage in it. So ACM own those, and they publish them, and they're just about to go for review and for the next edition. And I'm very fortunate to have led the 4th edition of that with an amazing group of people. So Yes, so there's so many opportunities. So I guess what I'm saying to you is join ACM, and the best thing about it is it's actually free for students. You don't have to pay a cent. So I'm going to play the video now and let them do the talking so you don't have to listen to me anymore.
Hi everyone, congratulations on choosing a career in such a rewarding profession. You will have the privilege of being part of one of the most significant times in people's lives, and that's pretty special. The Australian College of Midwives is the peak professional body for midwives in Australia, and for students, membership is free. Scan this QR code now and start the join process while I tell you about the benefits. As a member, you will have access to all of our education opportunities to supplement what you're learning at university and give you new perspectives. There's new webinars every month you can watch live or on demand in the webinar library. We cover what's topical with experts in the field and top midwives in the country and around the world. As a member, you'll also have access to a growing number of one-hour e-learning courses on things like VBAC, water immersion in labour and birth, and prenatal screening and Down syndrome. You'll receive discounted rates on conferences and events, and we'll keep you up to date and informed with the latest news and professional opportunities. You'll receive access to some wonderful publications and receive regular collated information from us to keep you up to date on what's happening in the profession. And we are really committed to advocating on your behalf. By being a member, you strengthen the collective voice, and that makes us more powerful advocates. In 2024, there were many budget wins for midwives, including PRAC payments for students. You will be the first cohort to benefit from this in full. Collaborative arrangements were removed, allowing privately practicing midwives to work autonomously, and a professional indemnity insurance solution passed through Parliament. There are face-to-face events in every state and territory of Australia, and these are a great place to start building your professional network. We also run several virtual events every year, which are a wonderful introduction to the CPD you'll need to do every year once you're registered. It's our goal to stay at the cutting edge, to bring you the latest innovations and evidence, and keep your practice and knowledge up to date as your career progresses. The biggest event in our calendar is our annual national conference. Last year, this was held in Melbourne, where more than 600 midwives got together to learn, connect, and be inspired by the 100 different presentations. The annual ACM Midwifery Awards are awarded at the conference gala dinner too. One of these awards is for Student of the Year. It's wonderful to have your hard work and dedication to midwifery recognised in front of your peers. Every year, we accept 12 student volunteers to assist running concurrent sessions at the National Conference. These are some of the student groups from past events, letting their hair down with their midwifery idols at the dinner and meeting with Australian and international midwifery leaders at the student breakfast. They are an amazing support and in return receive their 3-day conference ticket for free instead of the usual $600 fee. They also expanded their professional networks and made a real place for themselves in the ACM family, and this looks wonderful on their resumes. Keep an eye out for this opportunity when we call for volunteers later in the year. Another way to attend the conference at a reduced rate is through a HESTA student scholarship. ACM student members are eligible to win one of 8 student scholarships to attend the National Conference in Darwin in September. Scholarships include a 3-day National Conference ticket, as well as $500 towards travel and accommodation expenses. But here's what some other midwives have to say about why you should join ACM.
I think it's important to be a member of the Australian College of Midwives because they have courses available online and in person that help you keep up to date with antenatal care, with postnatal care topics, with breastfeeding, with perinatal mental health.
A great organisation that's promoting education and furthering of clinical skills, which is something that as a midwife you need to do every year and constantly.
I think one of the best things about being a member is getting the subscription to the Australian Midwifery News. This is a magazine that's written by midwives for midwives.
We have a role that is so important to women and to families. In order to sort of keep that passion and drive alive for what you do, you need to know that your profession is growing and changing, and this organisation is the one that's doing that.
Numbers make things strong. The college is a strong professional body, but it can only get stronger if more and more midwives join. It helps you engage with your profession. So if you're proud of being a midwife, which I think most midwives are, then the ACM should be a no-brainer.
So join now. Here's the QR code again. It only takes a few minutes. See you soon.
So we're having a bit of a competition amongst the branches at the moment to see who can get the most members sign up. No pressure. I've actually got a branch chairs meeting tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how everyone's going this week. There is no pressure to join, but if you are up for it, join. It's free. So if you can get some value out of it. The other thing that I want to talk about is we actually had our branch meeting last night. As I said, it's a busy thing. And we were talking about the importance of students. And one of the things that we used to have before COVID came along was a student committee that actually fed up into our branch meeting. So we had a really strong student committee from both universities, and the students would rotate through each branch meeting and be engaged in some of the things. So one of the things we've just done recently is provided a submission to the stillbirth inquiry that's going on in South Australia at the moment. And so they're the kinds of things that you can actually engage in. And it's not, don't feel like it's too far away from you or you're not good enough to be a part of it. There's only one way to start, and that's to have a go. So the branch meetings are actually open to everybody, anybody, students, midwives, even if they're not a member. So I'm going to send around those links. The other thing is I'm just about to send out a message to everybody in the 3 cohorts to ask them if they're interested in joining the student committee. So if you're interested and you want to get involved, put your name down. You can come and speak to me after, and I'll keep your name so we can touch base. And because as the video suggests, we're stronger as a united voice, and that includes those of you who are going to be the future of this profession. So if that's something that is of interest to you, please reach out to me. I also wanted to flag that one of our amazing previous students was actually the student of the year last year. So Sienna, I was fortunate enough to be there and to witness her actually be read out as the student of the year. So you have the opportunity to be acknowledged for what you do on an everyday basis as a student. And so we were extremely grateful to ACM for offering us that opportunity, and it's drawn a lot of attention to the university, but obviously to Sienna. She is a phenomenal person, midwife, so I'm hoping some of you actually get to see her out there and tell her I said hello. The other thing that ACM also do from a university perspective is they actually sponsor an award for a student basically who is the highest achieving student at each of the universities here in South Australia. So each year we look at the outcomes of all of the students, and then we actually award one of those students the ACM award, and that actually gives you full membership for a year. So from when you finish as a student, so you get your free membership, you also get a gift, and you get to attend an award ceremony. So they're highly invested in everything related to midwifery. And really, just to finish before I start, the most fun part of the day, which is getting close to the end, probably for all of you who are probably falling asleep, but also to provide some giveaways. So part of the reason on the desks as well, there's information about the scholarship for the conference, and also some information about some of the stuff around ACM. But they've also gifted us a whole heap of stuff that I'm going to share with you today. So those of you online that haven't been able to make it today, or those who are watching at a later date, you just need to come and find me at some point to let me know that you didn't get one. So I'm just going to hand over to Kyla. So Kyla's one of our previous students, and she's just going to give you a bit of a rundown about her experience.
Hi, my name is Kyla Campbell and I'm studying midwifery at Flinders. What draws me to midwifery is the care that we have for women. That's during that whole journey from even before they fall pregnant to then, pregnancy, birth, labour, and then even into the postnatal period. And I just think that that's absolutely incredible. And learning about that and looking at it really closely, I was really in awe. So far, we've already learned how to feel for a baby when they're in utero, so feel their position and then listen for their heartbeat, how to check cervical dilation. We've obviously learned how to deliver a baby. We've then learned how to do an examination on a newborn baby and check a mum straight after birth. And then we've also learned how to assist a woman to breastfeed. Pretty much all of the teachers that we have in the midwifery course either are or were working midwives. So they teach from personal clinical experience, which really makes the learning and the teaching more personal. It clicks. They can come back on Monday and say, I was at this birth on the weekend and this is what we learnt from it. The course is 50% practical learning, so that's mixed between practical school labs, and then we also go out on placement and we also recruit women that we then follow through their pregnancy. So we kind of go first into the labs to learn a little bit about the scenario, practice with the dolls. We have an actual birthing simulation doll, we have a pelvis and a baby, and we practice. We already in first year go out on placements and we really hone in those skills on and learn with actual women. We do them at all the major teaching hospitals around Adelaide, as well as some of the private hospitals, and out a little bit further, some of the outer metro and rural hospitals. We go on placement for usually 2-week blocks up to 6-week blocks, and we do 40 hours a week. They really do prepare you for what the clinical scenario is going to be like, kind of the work that you'll be doing. You take on a caseload, you work with the midwives, you kind of work in the team, and so we have that whole continuity of care where we're going through exactly what you would be doing, but obviously as a student we're kind of learning more and taking opportunities to kind of ask questions of, okay, why are we doing that, and what does this about this clinical situation mean with the care of this woman and her baby. Our placements definitely prepare us, I think, for what working in midwifery will be like. The best thing about studying at Flinders is the flexible study options. You can do the course full-time on campus, or you can split it and do it at part-time, and there's also options for online study. Usually there's some kind of tutorial or lecture kind of giving us an understanding about what we're going to be learning about, and then we'll come in and go into the Sims labs and use those skills that we've just learned and do them in practice. I tend to spend a little bit of time after class going to the library. We do personal study, or we do have a lot of group assignments as well, so that's a perfect opportunity then to go and meet up with your other classmates. For my dream job, I would love to work somewhere in the antenatal field, but then after going on my rural placement, I actually really fell in love with that clinical situation. So I think maybe I might go rurally one day, but yeah, we'll just see where it takes me.
We're almost at the end. Everyone still awake? Yeah. Okay. Hello. Okay, so Annette's kindly brought around some post-it notes. And so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. And so you will win something if you get this right, okay? So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. The first one is probably going to be pretty easy, so everyone's going to get a prize, all right? What is the midwife's colour? So I want you to write your name on it at the top, and then write number 1 and then the answer. What is the colour of midwives, or for midwives? I think I might have given it away. Number 2. Everyone got the first one down? Yeah? Okay, number 2. How do you refer to yourself as a student? So you're out in the clinical environment. What do you tell people when they say, what do you do? Everyone got that down? Okay. Number 3. What is the hormone that the body produces to result in contractions? You got one?